and welcome to FNCS. It's the third and final day of our Major 3 semi-finals, and I can't wait to get this one underway. I'm Frankie Ward, and I'm joined, as ever, by Levin 2K and Mini Miner. They haven't given up on me yet. They're still teaching me new things every day about life and Fortnite. Levin, are there any mottos that you swear by? Because we hear a lot of mottos from me, and none of them make any sense every broadcast, so I feel like I need to throw the gauntlet to you.
My personal favourite motto is everyone deserves a fair crack at the whip. That's my personal favourite.
A wise old woman once said, Levin. What about you, Mini Miner? Anything Welsh?
Anything Welsh? I mean, I don't really know that much Welsh. That's the problem. Sheep are good, maybe.
It didn't have to be in the Welsh language, Mini Miner. It could have just been something people say.
That was English.
To each other. That was English. I understood every single word, although I'm not sure I understood the sentiment. Let's focus on the Fortnite then, because actually this is crunch time. This is the final chance for our duos to qualify for Grands, and there are a few duos who have not booked their ticket to Fort Worth yet for Global Championships. So let's hear from some of the duos who are, I don't want to say at risk just yet, because they have a good chance of getting through today. And the first of those players is actually Vico, who's definitely sounding confident.
Absolutely.
I'm pretty confident that I will qualify to the Global Championship this major, because I mean, I've been doing good all season and I've got a good spot on con, so there's really high chances.
Levin was so excited to talk about Vico just then. I mean, you did do an interview with him earlier this week. Do you think he's as confident as he sounds in that clip?
Absolutely. Vico and Flixie have been playing spectacularly this season. They've been one of the best teams in EU this season, and I'm sure there'll be people going, oh, Levin, if they're one of the best teams, how come they ain't won a game yet? Look, they have played amazing on all the days, and they've been very close to winning. And you know, this game is about fine margins, and I think in most cases, these guys are always on point, and so I'd expect them to make top 25 with ease today, Mini.
Yeah, 100%. They placed 6th on both of the days, on Friday and yesterday, Saturday. They consistently had the highest number of eliminations across both of those days as well. They said it themselves in some interviews as well recently. They said, our best asset is our fighting. We are incredible fighters, and it seems like they're balancing it with the placements really well as well. So I have absolutely no doubt that these guys are qualified today based on their previous performances, and they're still uncontested at Reckless.
I don't know if this is putting you guys too much on the spot here, but I feel like it's quite clear that Flixie is playing very differently to how he played with Giannis. But do you think that Vico is playing very differently to how he played with Pink, Levin?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's an element of Vico being unchained, right? There's a lot more freedom playing with Flixie, right? I think with Pink, there was obviously the element of them being a great fighting team, but again, there were certain limits, there were certain rules in place, whereas Flixie as a leader is much more willing to just let Vico cook, and I think Vico feels a lot more comfortable being allowed to just sort of do things freely.
And I think he's taken some of the best bits from Pink's teaching as well, sort of like just ensuring he's not going a bit too crazy. I think Pink's definitely taught him a lot in that regard as to how to play out games, not be too aggressive, and he's just taking bits from each of those styles and merging it together. It's working really well so far.
Yeah, it's been really fantastic to see this duo thrive, but will they get themselves a spot in the Grands next weekend in our upper bracket lobby, or will they have to settle maybe for the lower bracket? We'll see very soon. Another duo who looked like they were absolutely on fire, so probably the best we've seen them play in a long time, was Snazy and Podestai. And we need to know, is there anything that could stop Podestai right now?
The biggest blockers for us to not making top 10 this major, I think it's the contest. I think it's not gonna happen, but I think this is the only thing that can happen. I don't have any idea of who can contest us at Olympus, but I think if they come, they are not gonna have a good time.
Would you agree with that, Mini Miner? Do you think that Snazy and Podesai aren't very good hosts when you come to their ends?
It's definitely difficult for anyone that does decide to contest them. It's funny how he says that that's like their biggest problem, because in fact, on Saturday yesterday, they were double contested and they had a better placement than when they were uncontested on Friday. So it seems like no matter whether people contest them or not, they do seem to find the answers. So far, though, it seems like they're playing very consistently. They're able to find those Storm Surge tags. It seemed like being contested actually helped them out yesterday. Of course, their drop spot as well, the location of it down the southern side of the map, they're able to get to those slurp cacti really easily. So today, I don't see too many problems for them because they are uncontested again.
Yeah, I don't think there's much more to add to that in that this is a team that, as much as, you know, Snazy himself will tell you, yeah, man, I don't really want to be contested. Look, the reality is, in previous seasons when they have been at high stakes, they have done much better than I think people expect them to, right? So in most cases, I think they're going to be all right today.
Do you think they're going to be able to get through to Grands in the upper bracket 3 games we're going to see today?
I do. I think them being uncontested or spawn, again, we'll see how they do in terms of being able to get early damage and then play out the game from there. But for the most part, I think they should be good.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how this duo does. It's really good to see them back on form. There is a duo that has maybe been struggling a bit more form-wise recently, Mini Miner, though, and that is Marius and Sangel.
Yeah, it's a sad sight. They're almost a shell of their former self, because this duo had an incredible start to the chapter. They had a really good Grands finish in Major 1. Everyone had them on their radar in Major number 2 as well. But unfortunately, this Major just hasn't quite been the same. I think a lot of it is down to the fact that they haven't quite been able to find that same fragging ability in this current meta 11. And even today, they've switched up the drop spot down towards the more middle side of the map. And I think they're struggling a lot with Storm Surge so far from what I've been seeing from that north side. So now they've got a new drop spot to learn. They've got it all to do in the last game, or in the last day, I should say, and they haven't been playing too well.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned, you know, Chapter 5, Season 1 for them. I don't think Marius and Sangel are any less fighters than they were beforehand, right? I think the key thing is that when you look at how you get Surge in Chapter 5 Season 1 versus how you're getting Surge this season, there's a key difference, right? Back in that season, the meta wasn't very much Surge basing, and it was all about fighting, and that plays into their strengths. This season, everyone's sat in a Surge base on a Cactus, and, you know, that isn't what you'd expect Marius to be doing, right? That's not how you optimize for Marius's strengths. And like you said, they've moved. They've acknowledged the fact that actually we maybe do need to get involved in some of this South, you know, Cactus action, because that is going to be the best way for us to get our Surge and get to end games consistently.
If anyone is tuning into an FNCS broadcast for the first time, sitting on a cactus sounds rather painful, but I assure you it's quite the opposite. We need to check in with our commentator duo right now, though, because we've got Jacob, PR, and Takata, because I know that they're always brilliant at talking us through how the semi-final works. So let's head over to them.
Thank you, Frankie. Quite the image you just put in my mind, but I want to give a quick refresher to how the format's going to be played out today. The previous 2 days, it was winner takes all, but now things have changed, Jacob. We still have an upper bracket, we still have a lower bracket, but they're not going to be played out at the same time. We have the upper bracket starting off first, where it's just going to be 3 matches where the top 25 duos will qualify directly to the grand finals. 50% of the lobby. Now, if you're the other half of the lobby that did not make it to the top 25, then you will join the players who are waiting in the lower bracket, and we'll have another 3 matches played out with them, where the top 15 will take up the final spots in the grand finals. So you got a bit of better odds if you're in the upper bracket compared to the lowers. But Jacob, I want to know, any big names you want to see qualify through consistency?
I think there's just too many big names. You got Vidil, Reason, Mustache, Malabuka. I think some people forget they're even still in this lobby. With only 3 games in the upper bracket, top 25 sounds like a lot of teams, but there's very little room for mistake overall. I think Malibu and Mustache are going to finally be able to get in through consistency, but with so much action to break down, that's going to do it for me and Takata for now. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll be checking back in with you shortly as we head to game number 1. But while our duos are boarding the battle bus, let's talk about some more of them and where they're going to be dropping on the map today. Because Grimgate Mini Miner, that sounds like it's going to be spicy.
Yeah, it's going to be very spicy indeed. I feel like it's been a while since we talked about a Grimgate off-spawn battle, because Grimgate as a POI, it kind of is a bit of a shell of its former self as well. It's kind of one of those POIs that's just not as powerful as it used to be, but still attracting some big names in Toos and Kami and Nebs and HiJo, who are both landing at this drop spot. This is a bit of an interesting matchup here. The story of this off-spawn battle is that they actually did contest each other all the way back in the Qualifier 1 final. So they have had experience contesting each other here. I'll get into what actually happened there very, very shortly. But the main part of this POI, the main aspect that both these players are looking to get to, it's this bridge. This area right here, you can see the loot, you can see those barrels there as well, enabling you to get 40 shields straight away. So both of these teams are really trying to get there as quickly and as easily as possible. Of course, you get the high ground as well that you can look down on everyone. But as I mentioned earlier on, they did actually contest each other in qualifier number 1, and Kami and Toos actually ended up winning 5-1 in that off-spawn battle.
Wow.
However, Nebs and HiJo actually ended up outplacing them. So it seems like Kami and Toos are a better off-spawn team at Grim Gate. Nebs and HiJo seem like they're a better team when it comes to playing out their games and making the most of the games that they do get out of this drop spot. So I'm intrigued as to how this battle's going to go today. And even though it's only 3 games as well, the lower bracket, nobody's actually going to the Grim Gate area. So if one of the teams is starting to dominate, maybe the other team says, you know what, you can have this drop spot because we want it uncontested in lowers.
That's going to be really interesting. 11, do you think that Grimgate is gonna lose its inhabitants before we head to the lower bracket?
I mean, I'd reckon, yeah, it's probably going to be one or the other that goes through. It's interesting though, right? Because if you do almost, you know, cede Grimgate control and say, okay, you guys have it, you're guaranteeing you're you know, going to be contesting in grand finals, or at least there's the chance you then go and contest in grand finals. So it's an interesting dynamic at play of like, how do you know, play this in a way so that they are almost ruined and can't make it to grand. It's a tough dynamic, but I think they'll both be all right.
Well, a duo that had a great dynamic yesterday was HiJo and KhiJo dropping at Lil Dirty Docs. They were often going down and doing cheeky third partying on the friends at Red Line Rig, or not friends anymore. Sash and Malibuka, I think, were sick of the sight of them by the end of yesterday's action. So 11, is it going to be such an easy ride for them today? Yeah,
it's a tough one because HiJo and KhiJo did so well with getting involved in that third party, and as you mentioned, Frankie, and they came second in the game, right? They came second to Seti and Kami, I believe it was, and we saw HiJo's reaction yesterday. He was gutted because he was thinking, how on earth have I not been able to win this? And now that he's come second, if they aren't able to make it through today, it would just be, you know, heartbreaking for them, right? Because they came so close. And today being contested at the Lil Dirty Docs, it's not going to be easy. They've fought here off spawn a couple times before. They're going to be up here again against Ace Frack and Truly. The key thing about this drop, right, is there's a couple different ways you want to land for it. Typically, we see people wanting to land towards the south because you get that slurp truck really good. You have a shield advantage in the off-spawn fight. You also see teams sometimes 50-50ing on that crane for that chest when there's a south bus path. In previous off-spawn fights, right, they've been a bit shaky here at times, Mini Miner. I think the key for them, right, is one, we're going to have to see a south bus because they often do better on those ones than they do on far north buses. But also, I think the key is KhiJo stepping up. In a lot of the previous, you know, fights they've had here, if KhiJo didn't deliver, they ain't winning the fight. When KhiJo can step up and clutch up and be big in these moments here and get that first contact and that first elim, they're more likely to win those engagements. So a lot of pressure on KhiJo. HiJo, obviously the experienced vet. Another key part of this POI though, Mini Miner, is that even when you do win off spawn, there's a chance teams come in and third party. The Brawlers Battleground team likes to do that a lot. That team today is going to be Janice and Pixie, so we'll see if they want to get involved. Malibuka and Mustache might be thinking, after you guys messing with us yesterday, we're going to mess with you off spawn at Lil Dirty Dogs, so they got to be wary of third parties as well.
Yeah, and I was looking back at HiJo and KhiJo. Actually saw some of the clips there against QNDX and Phantom, who of course have already qualified through to the grand finals. And it does seem like, although that they don't win off spawn as many times, HiJo and KhiJo, much like Nebs and HiJo, they seem to make the most of the games when they do make it out of there. In that qualifier number 1 that they had, or qualifier number 2, I should say, round number 4, they had a first and an 8th in the 2 games that they made off spawn there. So it seems like they're making the most of those games, which in this 3-lobby format is so important.
Listen, because Pixie in particular was so on fire yesterday, just hearing that him and Janice might pay that area of the map a visit, I'm actually like really keen to see if we can start some of our games in that area, because I think it's going to be so much fun to watch. But we do only have 3 games in the upper bracket lobby, so we're going to see 25 duos going through, and then our remaining duos who haven't qualified will join the best of the lower bracket lobby from yesterday in the lower brackets final 3 games, and then 15 duos will qualify. We do not have any golden tickets today, so if you get a victory royale, you don't just automatically qualify to grand finals next week. However, you probably got yourself enough points to secure the spot anyway. It is time though to start off the upper bracket. So game number 1 of 3 is ready with Jacob PR and Takata.
Thank you, Frankie. Jacob, this is the moment we've been waiting for. We've been handing out golden tickets, spots in the grand finals in the past 2 days of semifinals, but now it's all about consistency. 25 duos qualifying after the first 3 matches of the upper bracket, and another 15 duos qualifying after the last 3 matches in the lower bracket. We'll take a quick break in between uppers and lowers, but we'll be right back into the action. The battle bus is ready. The engine is roaring, so let's get right into game number 1.
With the difference of the format from no more golden ticket to consistency, Takata, it's going to be a little bit more like a grand finals teaser that we're seeing with the way teams are going to be forced to play. But same thing with only 3 games. If you don't have the first 2 games go your way, you will kind of have to go ahead and reach back into that bag of tricks and play for that golden ticket style, getting first place, second place, a number of eliminations. And that's the thing that's really going to make the difference here as well. The eliminations are worth so much in this small game format.
And right off the bat, Minnie was talking about it at Grim Gate. Previous opponents battling it out once again. HiJo and Nebs going up against Tus and Karmi. And so far, it looks like Nebs and HiJo do have the advantage. They were incredibly consistent yesterday, Jacob. 3 back-to-back 10th place finishes. It's not the best finish you can get, but if you're able to do it 3 times in a row, it's a significant amount of points. So if they can do something similar today, it will be more than enough. There's the other off-spawn engagement. We were talking about how crucial it was to get that slurp truck off the start to get yourself to 200 effective HP and shield.
It's a whole different team that was supposed to be contesting him. The team that was supposed to be contesting him is already disengaging out. They're now a third party as another team enters into the mix, and it makes it much more of a sticky situation that Levin was talking about, the 50-50 towards the top, switching those 2 different sides. And you talked about the third parties coming in from Brawlers Battlegrounds. Now there's a couple extra teams around this location, so even if you try to choose to disengage the launch pad, there's still so many threats all around the lobby.
You can see HiJo actually choosing to launch pod and kind of scout the surrounding areas. See how it's looking. We talked about consistency, but like you said, Jacob, it's only 3 matches. You don't have to necessarily do it well during all 3 to get top 25. 1 pop-off game could be enough. But it is the difference of qualifying through your position on the leaderboard versus just securing the victory royale in a match. As we go back north once again to the underworld.
A lot of contested fights very, very early on. And I think it, in part, the cactuses, the way Storm Surge has been elevated during the semifinals might be a little bit of a blessing when it comes to the leaderboard at the very minimum. And you see Slove, Nate just taking their time. They know they're kind of isolated out here, not too many teams around. There is one more towards the outskirts. You see them in the mini-map, but they have such spread out loot. They can't necessarily focus on beelining over. Another great shot can be fired on Slove. Shields are gone. There goes a failed attempt to try to go up, but at least they get together in the box down below. They have space. They just don't have a lot of resources. Neither team actually does.
Yeah, Nate actually going to choose to disengage for a moment here to farm up a rock. But I believe it's not a moment, as now they're just going to go back on their own path. They've done the damage they wanted to. For Murstache and Malibuka, though, yesterday they were contested all day in Red Line Rig, so got a bit of practice for today, potentially. This off-spawn engagement hasn't ended quickly. Both teams looking semi-healthy, but Murstache caught a bit off guard, dropped down to just 6 shield now. Going to be forced to pop a cola.
Yeah, I give Ace Frack and Truly just all the credit in the world. They didn't even land at Red Line Rig. They were the team that rotated on over. So just a the courage, the bravery to not only go in late, but contest Malibu and Mustache after they already have the loot. But they quickly realized it might have been a mistake. They disengage on out, and they're just going for cactuses, other scraps that are left behind. But they have to be careful because more and more teams are now making their presence known at the south side of the map. Nebs and Kiduo, a long way from Grim Gates, but you can see what they're going after. They started this game off with elimination onto 2, so now they're just chasing Karmi all around the map. And I talked about how thin it is and the importance of the cactuses. A lot of these players have already rotated out, so I don't think there's going to be too many third parties to stop and distract this.
It's difficult to run away on this side of the map as you do have the River of Styx, that green water that if you dip your toes in, you do get 3 dashes that you can use to kind of propel yourself forwards, which is exactly how they were continuing with that chase. You can see Hellfire has one as well, that little green skull that's floating around him. Kind of stuck in the dirt though, as both teams, I don't think either has necessarily a huge advantage other than the positioning from being on top of them.
Just like how aggressive they're trying to play. You see they're cutting them off, taking space. Hellfire and QB are doing the good thing of trying to extend their boxes, but now this puts them kind of in a tough spot. They got Mountain on one side, both of your opponent's builds on the other, open watered on the other entrance as Hellfire continues to take damage. Getting rough and rough scenarios. The piece control from Valorous is continuously being fought for as him and QB are just being forced in such a tight spot. A little crevice down below, but QB is trying to fight back the best that he can. There's not very many opportunities, at least ones that don't come with a big risk. Gonna have to sacrifice some damage as they continue to put pressure from above. They're decently well right now when it comes to materials, considering it is the early game, but they are just getting depleted so quickly.
As well as the zone. As it pulls further and further, the clock's going to keep ticking for these players. Luckily enough, they have medkits, so they can stay in the storm for quite a while here. Being the first zones, it's not going to tick too much, but the disengagement is going to come through from the aggressors now. Start making their way onto zone. There is another duo close by.
Yeah, this is going to be the best shot a lot of these North teams are even going to have to get Surge, unless they kind of sacrifice a little bit of loot to just run on over, as Nate seems like he already got to knock onto one. Teammates are just too separated far away. You know as well as I do, when they spawn out as solo, they kind of feel, what is the probability we can get this before his teammate comes back? And they went ahead and take that risk. It works out for them. And since they already know Hellfire and QB are back there, they know exactly where to position themselves if they want to continue to hold that spot and use them for Surge instead of rotating in.
Jakey trying to hide. As he's got 2 players that I'm not sure if they're hunting him down necessarily, or maybe just continuing with their loot path and he's just in the way. But it looks like Jakey is a solo, so most likely looking for an opportunity to pick up his duo partner, bring him back into the match.
Yeah, they don't have eliminations, but once you hear that going down in the distance, you kind of start to make your way on over. And you kind of get a little nosy figuring out what's wrong as we jump in. Queasy, Thomas, continuing their strategies from yesterday, landing all the way towards the north at Classy Courts, much like everybody else, rotating as south as they possibly can. And Restored Reels are some of the earliest cactuses to the north side that you can reach. And that's why Queasy and Thomas, they base up on one of the first ones they see, and they go ahead and build their Surge Tower to try to get Surge. They're not afraid to trade shots and take damage because they know the cactus is going to respawn, get that 30 HP and shield back up, and that way they can continue to get as much Surge as they can.
Meanwhile, Chapantini looking for the forecast tower, so they do have vision on the upcoming zone before their opponents. Obviously, unless their opponents also have a forecast tower. So far, not too many duos boxed up around them. However, there are a lot of duos in the surrounding area, especially by Restored Reels, just like what Jacob was talking about, due to having those cactuses spawning in early that they can use to recuperate their shield while looking for that damage, those tags, to outlive the Storm Surge threshold. Reason and Vidil, in the meantime, still more south. There was a lot of chaos in the early game here. Duos dropping in new locations. Malibuca Merstash not thinking they're going to get contested, having people rotate into them. Everything was kind of disrupted off the start in the southern section of the map.
And the thing is, yesterday, if you look at kind of, top 3 games, the performances, they started off with a second place 6 eliminations. They're literally 1 placing aside of not even having to be here today. So if they can continue to do that momentum, the early game pressure they're able to put on teams and kind of get those early points for the leaderboard, they're going to give themselves more and more of a cushion, more flexibility as the day goes on. Vico and Flixie, I feel like the same thing could be said about them. 11th, 5th, 4th to start off the day with about 18 eliminations. You got to think when it comes to consistency in this team, they have it unlocked.
Yeah, they were actually, I believe, one of the top teams, if not the top team. Yes, they were the top team yesterday in terms of leaderboard placement, not including, obviously, the game winners that took the qualification directly to the finals. But they had 266 points in the 5 matches they played out, which is more than 30 points above the second place duo, being Chap and Teeny. So if they can keep that up today, just 1 or 2 matches, it should be more than enough to qualify them to the grand finals. Nabs and Kiduo, though. Let's see what they can do here.
They've already kind of done everything that they needed to do on this side other than qualify for the grand finals itself. And this fight is putting them on notice just a little bit. Weak, separated. A chance for them to continue to try to press on into this fight. Especially if they figure out a way to focus on a Nebs, target out who's weak. They haven't really been able to kind of reunite in the same box just yet, but Nebs is just inching himself 1 step closer, but he has to be careful. The tops, the piece control is going on over, and they're just doing it consistently, forcing them lower and lower to these bottom layers.
I'm looking at the surrounding areas for potential third parties. So far, there's only 1 player in sight that could cause disruption to this engagement. I feel like this might take a long time, but I might have spoken too soon as the aggression is on now onto Kiduo. Not going to get tagged, though. Just a couple scratches on his back. Nothing too big. As the clock keeps ticking, they do have 55 seconds until the next zone appears. I think the aggressors here up above are a little scared to go fully in. They need one of those kind of big pump shots to kind of open up that opportunity to fully aggress. So they were just taking pop shots back and forth. They did their damage. Kiduo and Nebs know they already have 3 eliminations and a decent amount of loot. They don't need to take this fight. So they were just kind of holding off inside their box, and looks like it worked out. So shortly now they should have an opening to kind of continue with their rotation.
And Cade was just sitting there the whole time like, I hope they fight. I hope they fight. That was easy third-party shots for him, but the longer it takes, the more risk you do end up having to take overall. So I like the decision to disengage. They got some damage, not a bunch, but now they can continue to rotate towards the south. Get a nice position in zone. Lusha and Wheat, even though they don't have a cactus, they're using the bush to try to hide themselves as much as possible. They have 2 different bases to try to get as much line of sight as they can. But Easy is very weak. He just got revived by Thomas. Medkit is out, but the duo is now pushing over. Art Skill took some damage on the way over, and that slowed down their push just a little bit.
What went wrong in this situation? Look how many duos are in the surrounding area. You have Gunbury and Emil far away on another Surge base. You have 2 duos around Thomas and Queasy. I feel like Queasy must have been knocked from afar, as Thomas did have enough time to pick him back up. But luckily enough, didn't get finished. Now recuperated their shield and HP that was lost originally, and have the opportunity to make it back into zone.
And there's slurp cacti all over the map. Less and less as they continue to move towards the right side of the map. And since they're not going to respawn in the zone, there's very few that they can use if they go into that beeline path. They will have to move towards the south if Cactus is going to be in their game plan. And I don't think so, because I do think they're going to rotate, grab some elevation. They know where the zone is going. It is moving towards the snowy mountains on the east side. Depending on where Rift Island, that might be the blessing. Because if it continues to pull all the way towards the east, you got the mountain ranges, the Mount Olympus statue, a lot of different elevations that's going to cause disasters later in the game if you don't plan accordingly.
Yeah, we saw 1 zone yesterday, I believe, that did end around the Mount Olympus side of the map, and we saw how many changes in elevation there were and how it affected these players. I kind of like it, though. I like a bit of chaos, Jacob, especially in the spectator side. If we were playing, it might be another story. But for Akira and Easy. 271 above. We did notice kind of some trends where if the zone did pull south due to being so many or having so many cactuses, the storm surge threshold would be higher than when the zone pulls north. However, this kind of east zone, I'm not sure how it's going to affect it.
Yeah, I just see Rift Island right there in the corner, the little edge, you see it. And that just leads me to believe that we're going to continue to go towards the east side of the map. So the teams that do make it there early, I feel like, is going to have a little bit of advantage. But first, you got to go through Rift Island. And yesterday, we have seen kind of like a mix. Sometimes it's uncontested, very few teams going up. And other times, it feels like half the lobby feels like that loot is necessary. The elevation, particularly because of Storm Surge and how high those thresholds are, you see more of the island, which means you get more information on where the players are rotating from. There's just a lot to be gathered up there. And I expect with the changes from day 1 to day 2, we might see it a little more contested, not necessarily for the loot, but for the POV that they're going to get over the island.
Axe Force and Clownski. Oof, look at the amount of people here around or on the Rift Island. Axe Force being one that actually is below the Storm Surge threshold. This is one of the best locations on the map, though, to find damage, as it's almost guaranteed to have players. There's rifts down below that you can use to rotate launch pads, extra loot if you capture the flag, but also danger of third and fourth parties if you end up getting cracked.
Just almost a decent sacrifice. Hey, I know I'm going to take damage. I'm just trading shots just to get above Storm Surge. And now that they are above, it does deactivate. They know exactly where they're at on that line. Of course, the threshold is going to go a little bit higher, knowing less players need to be in this lobby. But at least they know now, hey, I got to start being proactive. I got to figure out where I'm going to get my surge from. Is it on the island, off the island? They got to start enacting now. Otherwise, they're going to be down on surge, using a lot of their heals just to try to survive as more and more players make their presence known on top of Rift Island, which includes Malibuca and Mustache.
Looking back at Flixie, though, we talked about it, our most consistent duo from yesterday. Vico and Flixie could be going down here as Vico's already been lost, but Flixie does not want to miss a single shot as he cracks both of his opponents, even knocking down one. He's turned this situation where he was at a total disadvantage into now a 1 versus 1. With the potential of taking home 2 extra eliminations.
That was like worse than boxed up because he can't even break those covers to get out. It's environmental, like 500 HP, but he somehow turned the tables. And then that floor, the stair was there. He was just trapped in a corner. Flixie was just probably laughing, smiling ear to ear. Like that one was a little bit easy. And since the zone is moving away from Reckless Railways, this could be and should be an easy reboot. On to Vico. They know exactly where the loot is at. Not a lot of storm damage being taken. With 4 floppers, it's going to be an easy case for them to get back into this game.
This is huge, actually. This is massive for Vico and Flixie. My only concern is getting back into the zone if there's duos boxed up already on the edge. They're going to hear that reboot, and they're going to know there's most likely going to be a duo wandering back in, so they will be taking shots at them, and they'll have to use a lot of materials, but it's definitely a lot better of a situation than getting eliminated. Reason and Vidil now, they're above. So many duos close by as well, with just a sliver of HP in a current engagement. All it's going to take is one quick shot, one quick angle. But it looks like they're going to go into a brawl here.
Yeah, Snazy and Podosai was the ones kind of forcing those eliminations, but they're going to get none of the reward for it. Vidil and Reason just push them off almost instantly as it happens, but if you look at their loadout, they don't necessarily need it either. 400 above the damage threshold. They're just trying to focus on this rotation, and this is where they got to make that conscientious decision. They can stall themselves here, but they have to wait for the team above them to use the launch pad and leave, or they can rotate with the Flowberry Fizz, the crash pads, and try to choose another direction, which forces out more resources out of your inventory.
Take a quick look at what Mustache and Malibuca have been up to. I see Axe Force close by. I see Clownski. Quick little pickup from Mustache. Hopefully that gives them a bit of loot to continue on forwards. This is what we were talking about. Getting back into zone. You can see Yanis and Pixie are actually going to be able to pick up Asa. Nice little shots being connected by that Stinger SMG in the air.
Hey, Pixie led damage in game 1 yesterday. So it's almost not even a worry for me for Pixie and Yanis, whether they're going to get through consistency or not. It's more of how high on the leaderboard I feel like these guys will end up placing. And they already got 1 elimination, high on surge. They can just focus on their rotation, much like some of these other players. As Vidil and Reason is on the other side of that coin, 86 below, still having to rotate their way in. And when they get there, more than likely, Storm Surge will start to activate. So they need to make sure that on this next rotation, they figure out a way to get damage. And that is probably the #1 way this season. Crash pad onto a team, unsuspecting. Ardskill and Shakos are now under siege, but shots are coming in third party. Even though they're above on Surge, they've now become the focus. Reason and Vidil scrambling around to make space. They're not even in the same box, but things have slowed down. They're able to grab a breath of fresh air and figure out how to reassess the situation.
Hey, I'd say that was successful from Vidil and Reason, though, especially if they have the heals to recuperate what they've lost. They just needed damage. They got the damage, 150 above now. Didn't even get knocked, so got a little close, but they have some more time to breathe, and they even pulled zone here. The 7th zone. This is normally when Storm Surge hits the hardest, so that was a perfect moment to get above.
Most of the lobby is even already in the zone. Luckily for a lot of these players, it does kind of slope down the mountain, so it's not going to be as drastic of a rotation as it could get in this next zone if it continues to go towards the east, maybe even towards the north, the south. As long as it has that eastern lean, it's going to be disastrous for a lot of these teams. But Marius and Sandguild, probably one of the more watched duos coming into the season overall. Marius just taking names, showing his aggressive prowess, especially in those solos. He just needs to be able to kind of formulate that same style of play here with his teammate, figure out how to get those big wins that we know we're capable of.
I'm a fan of these Flowberry Crash Pad rotates, to be honest. One of my favorites throughout the different rotation metas we've seen. Merstash Malabuka now have made it into the edge of zone. They did get themselves into an engagement beforehand to recuperate a bit of loot, but now they're looking incredibly healthy. They do land red line ring, so they do have that medallion alongside a bit of mythic loot.
He's continuously trading off, dropping the medallion, making sure to get the instant healing effect out of it. That way you can get back in the game that much quicker. Dealing reasons. Almost box to box with Podesai and Snazy. A good portion of these rotations towards the end of the game and still find themselves below the damage on the threshold. Vidil's taking one angle, which allows for an open opportunity for Reason, but Snazy and Podesai saw that one coming from a mile away. They don't take the bait, and now Storm Surge is active. Vidil is down, trying to go for the shot. Snazy and Podesai take advantage of that. It's going to leave Reason by himself with a tall task to try to come up with some damage here, but there's a little bit more flexibility as a solo.
What's so difficult about this zone is Storm Surge not only is incredibly difficult to reach the threshold, but also you have to plan your rotations. You can see Grand Glacier, a lot of changes in elevation, so you want to look ahead and kind of see where you want to position yourself. If there's a big change in elevation, you want to get more ahead of zone. If there isn't, you got to kind of figure out some options, but all in the meantime, you have to find damage. You got players trying to get into your box because they also need damage. But then you have players like Hellfire and QB who are going to choose to take a bit of an early rotation, which is going to work out incredibly well and get themselves elevated, preparing for the potential dangerous moving zones.
And now that they made a good rotation, let's see how they make use of it. Barely below the damage threshold. Any shot here will kind of put them up and ease the pressure on them. And I think that's going to be QB landing the ones that matter. You see them instantly jump 100 above that damage threshold. And that's because of that early rotation. They had the elevation to do it off the side of the mountain. As soon as the zone moved towards the northwest, it moved down the mountain mostly. You see some elevation there, still able to grab. But that opened up windows of opportunity for everybody in the lobby to try to make a play. And they were the first team to capitalize on it.
Zone's going to now actually end up pulling west, so it's going to pull away from the snowy mountainous area and get closer to the reckless railways. This is a blessing for a lot of duos, but also a curse for some others. Merstash Malabuka, almost 100 builds on just Merstash. You can see it's going to permit them to kind of get more of a primed up position here for this rotate, as they are already ahead of zone.
Yeah, them being on the front side creates flexibility. They can look back towards the outside of the zone, try to catch any solo players, anybody that looks like they're just handling scraps right now, take them down. When the zone opens up, they could do one of two things. Nitro fizz their way to the front side or crash pad their way. But I do know they're one of two teams, maybe even more. TD and Chap could be considered that as well, that do like to make a late play for the high ground. Not the 9th, maybe even the 10th or the 11th zone, though.
We saw how many duos played aggressively towards high in the start of yesterday's semifinals. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar today, especially with the amount of duos up in this current lobby that like fighting for that high ground. So far, no clear height has been claimed. There are players up top, but they're not trying to hold on to it very strongly. Thomas HD and Queasy, though, a lot of difficulty yesterday in the mid game. Now they've made it to the late game, but can they close it out?
Yeah, just got to make sure not to get focused out, because that's been the huge detriment. They don't necessarily go down because of Surge. It's more other players around them that aggress into their box. They become the focus. And now that they have elevated themselves more than enough, not too many teams on that same layer. So they're able to kind of have just a little bit more freedom, looking ahead of zone. All right, Skill. Shakos, they get spotted out.
Ooh.
As Queasy's towards the backside with the cone, making sure to get as much information as possible.
Looks like Flipmonk has claimed height. Nice shots being connected from above. It does have a crash pad. It's going to be the item that he can use to kind of cancel the fall damage. Nitro Splash, though, from his duo partner, so that's another one. So far, no teams have been kind of looking up and applying pressure, but they also are doing a good job shooting at the players who are second height to try and kind of avoid that.
There's just not too many opportunities, especially since we're going over different elevations, mountaintops to get here. A lot of these players probably out of builds. You see very few on the Thomas and Queasy. Cage trying to do what he can. He gets a knock onto one. Can he get those resources, the material? That's going to be just as important as the actual points itself. And that one's finally cleaned up. He does get the mats. Might just be Siphon, but at least it's something. Merstash and Malabuka trying to cause chaos from down below. They find themselves another elimination. Once again, trying to build up the mats, but Merstash just takes so much damage. Forced to bob and weave around, create some space for himself to try to stay alive.
Potential titans about to clash. You have Thomas HD, Queasy right beside Merstash, Malabuka, both full duos. Merstash does have to heal up, though. Medkit has been dropped. Big Pot is getting put to good use. 6 eliminations for Thomas and Queasy. They got to be careful, though. Are they second height? They might be. Cade, though, Marine, they're going to be down below.
6 eliminations so far, 60 points. Great way to start the game. Half of the placements have already come in and been achieved, but Ryan just falls 2 behind the threshold, gets boxed out, separated. Cade's just thinking, do I play the hero or not? As Merstash just quickly trucks his way through. He's able to get out alive, but the damage has been dealt. Cade is ready for revenge. Down goes Merstash. The shots that matter come in, and he gets the medallion. That is that little bit more that we're looking for to push these players into the end.
Game-changing plays from Cade. Shot after shot connecting. Flipmonk still above. He has 3 medkits. He has the win condition, the potential to play this heal off. 8 players are up, and chaos is going to unfold down below.
No, nobody really had a chance to look up. Yet again, somebody's smooth sailing. Cade, Marine outside of the zone. They're trying to find the little crevice. Full duos left in this game as one of them goes down. Thomas gets taken out. Queasy falls to the storm. 2v2 situation. Heal off is going to begin. He starts it early towards the top side of the zone. He hears the communication from his teammate. He's weak. He's weak, just a sliver of HP. He's going in trying to get the finish, and he does. No heal off needed. He takes it by force.
What a play from Flipmonk. He had everything in his right to play in the zone and pop the medkits. Was it the comms from the duo? Was it the storm sickness? Something got into his mind and said, I need aggression. I need eliminations. Dropped down, picked up Cade, and secured that victory royale.
This was perfect. This was the moment right here. The fight's going down below. A knock gets traded out. Cade is weak. And so he just drops down. Firen goes down to the zone. I don't know if he noticed that or not. And then it's just a 1v1. Sliver of HP. Landed that final shot on Cade and takes the game. He may not have advanced directly to the grand finals, Takata, but he is so close now.
I want to know what was going through his mind. I mean, that was quite a risky situation to play out, but I mean, it worked out, so he got that victory royale. Both players now, good amount of points. Will they be able to hold on to make it to the grand finals? I don't know yet. We have to go to a quick break, and then we'll be right back for a lot more action. So we'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, welcome back to FNCS. We're one game into the 6-game extravaganza, our third and final day of the semi-finals. And as always, it was a fantastic match to kick things off. Philip Monk having the perfect timing. It's like he called on a higher power to know when to drop down and get the final blow on Cade, Levin.
Or his teammate Firen hit him and told him he was low, so he dropped out.
There was that too. There was an element.
Fine. Okay, we're a very secular broadcast here. I apologise.
Yeah. No. They sky-based on height throughout the end game. Nobody really looked up. The people who did maybe try and go up were like, hold on a minute, these guys are doing a sky base. What are we gonna do to get involved here? And then towards the end there, Firen is obviously the one task of dropping down, trying to wipe out the rest of the lobby. Isn't quite able to wipe out the lobby, but he does do good damage onto Cade and probably calmed, oh my god, he's 1 HP, drop down. And then like Philip Monk's panicked down, okay, let me finish this off instead of using my med kits, and they end up winning the game from there.
Let's just run with the narrative that Philip Monk has like a sixth sense and he just knows. I think Frankie would prefer that, you know. But the way they took height
he's got Monk in his name, guys.
Yeah, true. Yeah, exactly. So I think the way they took height there was really good. I think, although they just kind of ramped up, they both played two different layers, if you noticed there as well. So anyone that did try and come up, one of them could just spray and the other one could keep onto that height. So really nice height fundamentals at the beginning of that end game. And then, as you mentioned, Levin, just drop down, trying to find as many of those eliminations as possible, because realistically, that might be the strat in this sort of lobby. You don't necessarily need to win the game, although those guys did, but just ramping up on height, investing those materials, making sure you can get yourselves into that top 5, top 10 situation just to rack up those points. Obviously, it depends on the situation, but that could be a strategy we see unfold more often.
Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where we're at after our first of 3 games in the upper bracket lobby. Top 25 qualifies for the grand finals. So we've got some very happy duos in the top 10, Minimana.
Yeah, really happy indeed. I mean, the job's not done for a lot of those teams, apart from, of course, Marine and Cade up there as well. Queasy and Thomas, of course, having a very good game as well. They had a 4th place with 9 eliminations in that last game. Nice to see from these guys, more close to home in terms of a zone, so that's going to have benefited them a little bit as well. Just overall, nicely played endgame using their experience. They know they don't need to go the full distance and win the game today, just as long as they can have consistent endgames like they have here.
Yeah, it was really fun to see them sort of wiping teams on these mid layers, right? Just Thomas putting in work is always going to be a staple of an EU FNCS. Just always ready with his shotgun in hand, and he's rarely going to miss, is he? So, no, that was a really fun sort of endgame to watch from Queasy and Thomas, and the kind of thing I'm expecting to see more from them of next weekend on Grand Finals.
I've missed this Queasy and Thomas, I have to say. I've kind of been wondering where they've been at in terms of their consistency. It's been a little bit of a struggle, I feel like, this major 3, but really good to see them challenging. Also, as always, great to see Chap and Teeny as well. It's just like, it would feel weird not seeing them make it to the end game, and it almost would feel weird if we didn't see them in the top 10. I mean, they're comfortably sitting at number 5 now, 11.
Yeah, I mean, these guys were doing pretty all right in this game. Teeny with some really big shots there, right, to keep his team in the game. You know, he was sort of leading them on their mid layers, and things were sort of moving on smooth sailingly, right? There wasn't anything too crazy going on. It was sort of just a bog standard end game from them, not the flashy, high flying games we're used to seeing maybe. But again, in this format, it's enough to sort of get the job done, and if they can do that again, they'll be well on their way to grands.
Yeah, it's a team that I'm enjoying seeing performing well. It was one of those teams that we kind of expecting to get a win yesterday and Friday. It was just like, when are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? Surely it's going to be now. And it didn't end up happening, but I'm sure they'll qualify through today with the way they're playing.
I was watching that game though and thinking, oh, this is finally the time that we see Merstash and Malabuka pick up a long-awaited victory royale. They put in so much hard work yesterday. They had the perfect loadout from Redline Rig, a brilliant game, and then Kane and Mariah Kane just steal it from them, Levin. I kind of felt sorry for them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the focus there for me would be on Cade and him just sort of bossing them out of the lobby, really. They clearly didn't expect to see it happen. Look, he just popped up right behind him. Malabuka's like, wait, hold on a minute, what's happening here? Got sound too low, and he's like, oh, I'm out of the lobby now. It's funny because they sort of got taken out by Cade there in a way you would have expected Malabuka Mustache in the past to take out other people, which, you know, something poetic there, surely. So, yeah, but it's still a good game for Mali and Mustache.
Yeah, they were looking good as well. I thought it might actually end up taking the win at a certain point there. I was actually looking back what happened last season, because I remember they were in day 3 last season as well, upper bracket, and they did actually win the very first game of that day. So I was hoping it would be even more poetic there with the way that they would do the exact same thing again, but it didn't end up happening. They still have to do a lot of work now. What's that, 50 points that they're on right now? So it's not done yet, and especially if their off-spawn situation could be ruffled up a little bit. We saw some a little bit of contestation by Acefrac there, just rotating on in. So I'm concerned about whether that could become a more regular thing if Acefrac decides to land on them. We'll have to wait and see.
I feel like they've had so much success off spawn though this particular weekend. I feel like we're starting to see the Merstash Malabuka that we saw back in Major 111, and that's obviously good news. I mean, obviously not that I'm the expert, but when you're thinking ahead to Fort Worth, this surely is going to be the pride of Europe, this duo.
Absolutely. When it comes to being contested, they're never a team that has shied away from that. You know, they're always going to be that team where, regardless of the score with them in an off-spawn battle, they're probably still going to be high on you on the leaderboard, and I think that will, you know, ride through here today as well.
Well, let's see what happens at Redline Rig and also across the map for the rest of our duos as we head to our second game of the upper bracket with Takata and Jacob Pierre.
Thank you again so much, guys. And this is the thing that I really want to take note of. One more appreciation for the guys who just won that last game. This is a possible first FNCS final appearances for this guy. And most important thing is they barely got into the lower bracket. Outside of top 250, luckily for them, it was top 255 making it in. This proves right here that dreams can come true if you just work hard to achieve them.
Yeah, it's what you love to see. Firen is the first and only EU player without an FNCS finals to take home a victory royale in the upper bracket. Things you love to see, just like the battle bus being ready. So let's get into the second match of the upper bracket.
If you guys are just tuning in, this is game 2, and normally we have 5, maybe even 6 games depending on the format, but this is the upper bracket, which means 3 games total. So there's only 2 shots left for these teams to rise up that leaderboard and advance to the grand finals in the top 25 due to consistency. So if you had a good game in that last one, you're actually onto the right track.
Take a look at this. HiJo Kaido looking like they might have this drop spot uncontested now. You can see Truly and Acefrac were the ones contesting them, but now they're kind of in the outskirts for Stroky and Raban, though. They're going to have to be careful as X-Swedes is actually going to be looking to pick up that first elimination now. Should probably go assist his duo partner. That's in another 1 versus 1. If Raban goes down here, it's all over.
Well, I would love to see him just kind of rush to that door on the other side. He had the opportunity. He still does.
Oh!
Gets that first knock. He did end up off the launch pad, but he goes down. X-Squeeze just threaded the needle right there. Sewing that patch on. W off the off-spawn fight.
More than 10 teams contesting each other so far, according to the drop map. A lot of off-spawn engagements throughout the day. That was a close one for X-Squeeze, though. If he wasn't able to connect that last shot, I don't think he had a shotgun, so you can even see with the third party coming through now. Even now, this is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, that's Chromatic and Lox. That was that team that contested HiJo and Kaido in that last game, dropping all over the island today, just trying to catch some of these teams off guard. We've seen that used as a strategy in the past, and it has worked out, but sometimes it takes more than just trying it out on game day for it to work. You got to be able to practice it. At least the different loop paths to try to catch some of these teams off guard. Even if you have the elevation here, it's not going to be the easiest thing to try to drop down and fight this team down below, especially if they crash pad away.
I think Chroma knows exactly how much HP his opponents have. I mean, they know they just got out of an engagement, but they don't know if they destroyed them, and they both have 200 effective HP and shield. If they're low, we're just kind of taking a look at the situation, seeing how much of an advantage they might have before fully committing to anything, but they weren't interested for Nebs and Kiddo, though. Once again, it looks like they might have came out on top here at Grim Gate.
They're taking out like 2 birds with 1 stone here at Grim Gates. They're getting their POI, they're making it off spawn, getting up that leaderboard, but they're also pushing Tus and Karmi not only out of the POI, but taking them down, making sure like, hey, even if you guys go down to lower bracket, we're gonna try to demoralize you, lessen the chance of you coming back. That way, when it comes to the FNCS finals, if they make it there, they have it more than likely uncontested.
Back at the new kind of POI that appeared a couple days ago. Still haven't seen anything really new happen from this area, even though there are some new items. We'll see how this fight concluded, though. Asa, who got knocked early in the match last game, if I'm not mistaken, now looking to come out on top with an elimination. Vico Flixie back at Reckless Railways. They're fully uncontested, right?
Yeah, as of now, they're fully uncontested. But we do see teams rotate in towards Reckless Railways, especially depending on where the zone goes. And they do have access to that forecast tower that spawns just south of Reckless Railways if they do want to try to claim it for themselves. That has been a part of their strategy throughout the weekend, which has kind of helped in terms of their consistency. The other team that likes to beeline for him, Chap Teeny, making sure to push every team off. But Teeny taking just a little bit too much damage, 40 HP. Does have the shields to get back up to tip-top shape, but he needs Chap to buy the time. And with him getting dropped down low and focused, it might not have been the way they expected to buy the time, but they got it nonetheless.
The second most consistent duo yesterday, Chap and Teeny. Do not want to go down early here. They did their damage, but now that the third party's close by, I doubt they're going to continue with their aggression. They are going to replenish their dashes by stepping in the water, pop that Flowberry Fizz, and now with a little crash pad, continue with their rotation. But am I mistaken? They want a piece of the pie. They're more hungry. They're not done yet. The cola's been popped. Are they going to keep pushing?
Part of me wants to say yes, part of me wants to say no. There's still that forecast tower back there that they haven't necessarily claimed. And then further and further they rotate away from it. More and more comfortability happen with some of these other teams, probably to try to rotate in and kind of claim it for themselves. But it is zone 1. It is really early for that forecast tower to start to come into play. So they're probably trying to condition a lot of these teams.
Taking a look by Lavish Lair. Looks like Twee and Jakey from a difficult early game in game number 1, where Jakey was left alone, to now being on the opposite end here, picking up another elim. Not too much is going to happen, though. They're just going to continue now with their mid-game rotations. We haven't seen a lot go on around the Lavish Lair side of the map. A lot of the engagements have been a bit more south or even on the east side.
Yeah, typically what I've noticed is a lot of the teams that even land Lavish, they kind of loot up, and then they either move towards the north to try to go after Surge and those bunkers that do spawn there, or obviously this season they immediately try to beeline it towards the south, grab one of them cactuses. Not a lot of action actually goes down around Lavish Lair unless teams are rotating in, like we did see. Slove and Nate, they already got a sense with only 1 elimination so far that somebody else is floating around here. A solo.
Ooh.
That's 4 points that they could definitely use to try to get themselves higher up on that leaderboard, especially since it's already game 2.
Do they know? Do they know? They know there's a player in the somewhere, but you can see how much cover that kind of little rock actually gives. It reminds me, that rock reminds me of like a mini version, you know, I forget what the POI was called. It was like a shark. It's like a big shark rock on the water.
Man, I'm really drawing a blank, but I know I used to land there. I know, you know, the NA boys, you know, Rogue Shark, Knight, they used to kind of land over there as well.
Oh, way back.
Yeah, that's way back. I don't think anybody even remembers their name. A full generation of players have come in, and I know it's a different region. Yanis and Pixie, kind of business as usual. They don't always leave Brawler's Battleground right away. They like to loot it up to the fullest, knowing they do have the cactuses later on in terms of getting their Storm Surge. So they don't necessarily have to beeline it right away like a lot of these other teams on the north side of the map do.
Just got yelled at by Levin, telling me it was literally called the Shark, but
see, I was,
it's part of the fun.
That, but I thought it was just too obvious there. But Levin was so.
That's true, he does. Cade Marine, or should I say just Cade, as now he's been left alone. 92 points already for this duo. They are in first place, leading the pack, even though they didn't get the initial victory royale. We saw how dominant Cade was in that late game, almost annihilating Murstache and Malabuka. 9 eliminations, I believe, is what they finished with. But if Cade ends up going down now, it could be detrimental.
Yeah, they're just trying to double Nitro into the box. He does the right thing, change layers, but get cut off on the other side. Nice shot to back down one. Avahalo and Low-Key, they're kind of reassessing the situation like, hey, is this something we want to actually do? Flowberry fizzing on the low ground. And I think they heard that crash pad. They heard Cade try to disengage. He goes outside of the zone knowing, hey, if I'm going to get a reboot on Marine, this is one of the only ways to do it. I have to stagger myself back, sacrifice the storm damage, which lessens the chance that Cade can win heal off later in the same game.
Oof, be careful though. Neb is going to get cracked with a single shot. The deal and Reason going to choose to split up a little bit here as Vidil continues to hunt for tags. This is close to where Queasy and Thomas HD like to box up as well. In the last match, Queasy somehow got knocked down while trading tags. So hopefully they don't overcommit once again.
Yeah, that's something we saw as we tuned into them last game. Queasy barely getting revived back up by Thomas. Luckily, they have the cactus, some extra heals over there for them to use. But you can see almost every single game, game in and game out, they go over towards Shipwreck Shallows. They grab one of these cactuses, build the tower maybe like 5 layers high, maybe even 6. And then they obviously grab their roof so they don't get crash padded on and try to grab as much surge as possible. But depending on whether if they get a scope or not in these DMRs really determines how much storm surge they're actually able to get. Because you notice they don't go for a bunker almost at any stage of the game. So they're kind of relying on that floor loot of a DMR having it thermal or some sort of scope.
This is the first time throughout the semifinals where the game winners are still playing after they took home the win. As we can see, Flip Monk and Fire in here going up against, I was gonna say just one duo, but there seems to be 2. It's an all-out battle now, 3 different teams at Mount Olympus.
It's kind of easy rotation though.
Yeah, I don't think any of them are gonna fully commit to anything. And like you said, the rotation in this side of the map, you do have a lot of environmental launch pads, which can be put to good use here. I believe that's where HiJo and Kaido are actually heading towards right now. Or maybe they just want to claim the hill and see kind of where this zone closes.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a little bit of sacrifice for them if they do want to stay here. I like the idea of it, especially the zone continues to pull over there. It's just the big question is how much surge did they get in the early game, because a lot of the players are not necessarily boxed up on that side of the map. Murstache and Malabuka still floating around Redline Rig. They haven't had the need to kind of push out too far just yet. They have a lot of the cactuses replenish HP to replenish those shields. They can rotate in late, try to get some shots on a lot of these other teams that are coming in from the south, that are from the west, that might try to rotate south to the slower side of the zone. And I think that's what they've been using game in and game out. They're not necessarily relying on cactuses every step of the way.
I want to see a win from Murstache Malabuka today. I want to see it happen. We didn't get to see it in day 1, 2. I think they've been baiting us a little bit, Jacob. They just kind of want to get their practice in before grand finals. But, you know, the joke's over. You can do it now. I've waited long enough. Podosai Snazy, though, put into a bit of danger. Podosai has been fully cracked.
Interesting that they're not just pushing in as HiJo, HiJo. They probably got a couple shots that they wanted. You saw them rotating out of Mount Olympus last time we saw them. This time around, they're getting much more confident in this situation. And they're a team that needs to have a decent game here. Don't really have too many points so far, which means if they fall flat here in game 2, they're going to really leave it all on the line, and they're almost going to be mimicking the format of yesterday where they need a big win in order to get into that threshold.
This is a similar zone to last match. Once again, pulling towards kind of the northeast, east side of the map here. We talked about it previously, but there's a lot of mountains and ridges and changes in elevation, which could be potential danger during the moving zones. As we take a look at Cade once again, I don't think this was even his engagement. There was another 2 duos fighting. He had lost Marine even a couple zones ago, I believe, as now he's kind of just waiting. I wonder if he wants to scavenge a bit of loot or maybe even catch a player off guard.
Yeah, I believe they just... I think he got Marine back into the game, and unfortunately enough, he just went down right here, right now. So Cade has no choice but to wait it out. Mystic and Maxi, they probably heard the reboot off into the distance. They probably need Surge since they are landing at the north side of the map, and they said, hey, this is going to be the best shot. This might even be the only shot we have to get some isolated Surge while all the rest of the teams have rotated in. You were just talking about the zone moving towards the east around Mount Olympus, which means everybody on this side of the map, whether you go now or later, has one of the farther distances to cover.
Once again, Mustache Malibuca being the first to claim the Rift Island here. They've made their little base. They've captured the flag. And being already 423 damage above, they don't need much more, but we know how confident this duo is mechanically, how well they can play aggressively. So for the duos trying to contest them, looking for that damage, they're just going to play defensive, and all it's going to take is one big shot to allow them to close it out.
Yeah, they're feeling confidence on the outside to try to get his piece control. Another team uses the Rift just to grab a spot on the island, not even necessarily to fight it out. They want to get Surge, but when you have a team that's below on damage above the island, of course, some chaos is going to break out. Malibuca Mustache taking a little bit advantage of that, trading some shots, but you see the medallion getting dropped. Mustache is trying to replenish the shield. They do have med kits for the HP as well. But that team is still fighting it out towards the side, and that's because a Surge is just forcing them to interact with each other. They have less and less control over their game plan once you fall below that threshold.
105, now 112 above. Teammate gone down. Is the 2v1 the play here? Are you feeling confident enough? As now with a slow disengagement, gonna reposition themselves right back into their tarp and kind of play it a bit slower here. It is difficult to get a reboot this far in the match, so might be forced to play it out as a solo. Issue is the opposing team knows you're also alone, so if they're feeling aggressive enough or need a bit of extra damage, they might just end up making a play towards you.
And I feel like the only team that's even safe on top of Rift Island right now, a little crevices there, is Reason and Vidil finally turning things on, getting a little bit more aggressive. Karmi's down, so is Toos, and they may have made it out of Grim Gates this game, but they didn't make it very far. And those are 2 eliminations that I think Reason and Vidil need. Not necessarily for the leaderboard, obviously that helps, but they land over towards Brutal Beachhead. They get the medallion. They have infinite nitro, at least one of them does, and they have the ability to break into a lot of these boxes. I want to see them take a little bit more risk taking down some of these teams that they're fighting and close the time it's taking to finish these fights.
Well, it's working out so far. They're looking incredibly strong in terms of basically everything, except for now that the pressure's on them. They do have the builds to hold it off, but even then, they're going to use a lot of materials for this rotation as they still have a ways to go. There are rifts that spawn under the Rift Island, but I'm not sure how many are going to be free so far, as normally those duos will base up on them as quickly as possible. So another crash pad is going to be placed, but they have found a rift, so this should be enough to get them into zone.
Yeah, the crash pad will only take you so far. The rift will not only allow you to cover further distances, but you get information just like this will allow Reason and Vidil to make this decision, get on top of the Rift Island, and they can always drop down low, get a rift. There is launch pads out here, so there's a lot of mobility still to be had. one chaotic fight to one that's slowing down. Backside of zone in Mount Olympus still. Teeny's already down. Game 1 winners already feeling a little bit of that stress, but at least they're above the threshold, so Storm Surge not necessarily a worry for now. This is making sure this elimination does get solidified. 4 more points for their total before it does look like he has to rotate on out.
How long have they been fighting for here? I mean, they've been in Mount Olympus for, what, since 3rd, 4th zone? Just taking shots at each other. There was 3 duos here before. One of them left. Now it was Chap and Teeny up against Flipmuck and Firein, but now it looks like the engagement might come to an end as Chap has been fully cracked once again. 20 white, and I don't think he has enough time here to pop a med kit. He has healed a little bit, though.
He has a small fry still. Flopper on the other side with med kits, small fries with med kits. That's keeping Chap just healthy enough to be able to run away, and that way he doesn't get his med kit canceled out. Nice right-hand peek by Chap. Flipmuck is still on the chase, and I feel like this is almost a no-win scenario for both of these teams, but you got to imagine at least a little bit is edged on over to them. Oof. Now I'm worried. Now I'm worried. 13 HP. It's only a matter of time. And now he has all those med kits that you're talking about, the floppers, a lot of extra resources, and a free reboot just outside of Mount Olympus.
I got faith, Jacob. We're going to see Flipmon back in the game. It might be 10th or 11th zone when he finally makes it. But he's going to make it back, mark my words. Quick replay of how he ended up getting those 2 eliminations. But in all seriousness, I think he should be able to make it back quite quickly. They do have launch pads. They have a lot of natural mobility to do so. It's just going to be the reboot, getting his duo partner back in, Firein, getting him looted up, kitted up, and ready for a bit more action. This is going to be a difficult zone. It is a mountainous area, so these players are going to have to be prepared and try and keep themselves as elevated as possible. However, that is difficult, especially if you don't have a lot of materials to work with or you are a solo. But look at Kiduo. He's claimed quite a nice position. Storm Surge is ticking, though. 7th and 8th zone is where it is genuinely or generally most active, as you can see. Flixie. Nice knock.
Flixie needs to stay alive. They have 8 points. 8 points, 16 now that he's doubled up with a full-on duo wipe, but you don't want to leave it until that last and final game to qualify, especially when you were considered one of the most consistent teams. They're probably looked at as one of the favorites to win the actual FNCS, and now you're falling short of those expectations. Top 28, which means placement points have yet to even set in, so this is big. Flixie doesn't have to win the game here, but he needs to get so close to that top 25 threshold, maybe even top 10 to get half of the points to give him and Vico much more of a chance.
Uncontested Reckless Railways, almost basically an uncontested forecast tower. They have everything they need to play it out, but now left as a solo. We'll see if Flixie can hold on. Just like Kiduo, so many solos trying to play it out here. Issue is for Kiduo, he is 68 below. Good news is he's elevated enough to have opportunities to make some shots, but he's gonna have to land them.
Yeah, and then he has an exit plan there with the launch pad, but it does get coned off momentarily, so neither one of these teams are going to be able to use it, but he's constantly staying ahead of the curve, trying to cut him off. And when he realizes he doesn't have the advantage anymore, he goes back to doing Surge. Everything is going through his mind right now, the checklist of things to do. Defend myself, get Surge. Now it's heal up, that just appeared on his checklist, but he has to go ahead and make it to zone first if he wants to buy that time. He is a solo, and he's so low right now, 108 below the damage threshold. Everything is coming crashing down for Kiduo, but this is what champions are made of. If you're able to dig deep and pull out a big game here, I gotta respect you for that.
Now down to 171 below. He has the Flowberry, he has the med kits, but once the zone starts ticking, the time is gonna run low. You can see Storm Surge is already active. Kiduo now is running out of options. He has Flixie close by, which is another solo, but he doesn't know that. This is gonna be incredibly difficult.
Just a breath of fresh air. Storm Surge turned off. Thank you, he says to the rest of the lobby, for taking down enough players for me to survive. Now he can start thinking proactively. 92 builds, 2 medkits, no shields. He needs a refresh to try to get those shields back. Not necessarily for the materials, but he has some time and some flexibility to do it, and that's why he's peeking through the cone to get that information, pinpointing where these duos at, maybe trying to find a solo. Who can I attack?
The zone has pulled southwest. It's going to be getting closer to the Mount Olympus side, which means it's a big drop in elevation that these players are going to have to do. But the issue with that is if zone pulls back up, you go down, up, down, up. Those drastic changes in elevation is what use a lot of materials, and especially if you don't have items to kind of help you with your rotation. It could lead to your end, but for Malibuca and Merstash, they want to prepare for these situations, and that's exactly why they've just hunted down a nice little impact frag. Unfortunately, did not give them a lot of loot, but still, those 4 points are going to come in handy.
I was thinking Chroma was going to be able to get out, maybe have a solo clutch, but he went down that mountain and instantly got taken down altogether. Reason and Vidil still finding these opportunities to get some damage, staying well above the damage threshold. And you can see they're not necessarily rushing. They do have the crash pad, the flowberry fizz. The longer they stagger themselves, the more effect they're going to get out of it. And even though Malibuca and Merstash are high above the clouds for now, you see how drastic of a pull that is going to be down that mountain. All those players below, if they don't have builds to build this cushion, Malibuca and Merstash will have to expend more and more of their resources.
This is huge. These are some of the best zones if you're holding height. You can get the zone to pull back, and it's going to be incredibly difficult for the players down below to try and overthrow you because of the amount of materials that they're going to have to use on this rotate. You also have to keep in mind where you want to position yourself before that zone closes. Flixie picks up a quick elimination onto Flipmonk. This is huge. He's been playing as a solo throughout this whole end game, but he's still looking like he can't be stopped with 3 eliminations, 700 damage above. And he's just getting started with his rotate.
Every single point this game is off the back of Flixie. And he's inching themselves closer. Like I say, you don't need that big win. You just need to get as close to the top side of the leaderboard as possible as Pixie gets taken down, separated from Yanis, who is out of builds. 1 mini left to his name. He is down, and he is down bad as Reason scrambles around. Him and Vidil just get tagged up. HP and Shield drop down low, but Peekaboo tries to land a surprise shot, but Nate is the one who's left standing.
Be careful up above. Merstash, Malibuca have lost the high ground. They're now down in the snow, as it looked like it's going to be Artist that's up above. Pablo and his duo going ahead.
Dame, I expect to see just a little bit more throughout the qualifier process, but glad to have you here nonetheless. Now it's time to make something of these games that you are able to play as high ground changes hands yet again. Artist and Fire Hunter, they're the ones well above everybody else, and they're attacking that second height. They don't have enough builds to tarp out, so it's either disengage off of this or continue to try to go layer for layer against this team that's right below you.
It's the only option they have, but Merstash realized that and capitalizes on the situation, securing the knock, but he's lost his duo partner. Malibuca is down with just 18 HP and a dream. No materials to work with. Merstash is forced back in the dirt, and he needs to find an elimination.
Oh, there's a couple medkits out there, but he doesn't have enough HP to go back there and get them. There's builds as well, everything that he needs. But Pablo peeks through the cone along with Bevies. They take him down. You see the medallion scrambled all around the map. They're using all this chaos down below as a distraction. They easily move up a layer and towards the front side of the zone.
Voltiac's cool, now going to be the new high ground kings. Meanwhile, the couple duos down below are going to have to battle it out. If they have the potential to connect to this ridge, it could be enough, but they got to keep the pressure down below. It's a potential for a lot of eliminations. Art skill goes down. Pablo and his duo incredibly low on HP. Voltiax and Cool might just be able to clean this up from above.
They ran out of builds. They can no longer connect, but Cool is dropping down even with the med kit. He doesn't need it. 1v2 situation. Kashi goes down. Cool and Voltiax cash in all the way from the southeast portion of the map. Welcome to the top side of the leaderboard, brothers.
Great way to finish off the match. You can see how little materials, how little HP and shield all the players down below had from that difficult rotation. So the duo up above was able to clean it up with ease. But Jacob, that's already the second match of the upper bracket. Now there's just one more opportunity for these players to get top 25. If you're Voltiax, if you're Cool, you're going to be feeling great after that match. But for the players that went down early, it is going to be difficult. Congratulations to Voltiax and Cool. I think with that victory royale, they should be feeling more than confident enough to make it in that top 25. We'll see what kind of the estimate is looking like, but before that, we're gonna have to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back for the last match of the upper bracket. See you soon.
Welcome back to the semi-finals of FNCS Major number 3. And Voltiax and Cool are the new kings of the high ground and also kings of the lobby, as they just picked up their first victory royale in the upper bracket of the weekend. And it was a really clean victory for them in the end, Mini Miner. That final jump time to perfection.
Yeah, it was absolutely well played from these guys. Really, really nice indeed. The way they took height off of Mustache and Malibuka was good. Mustache went down. Malibuka couldn't have the materials to hold on to it. So they saw the opportunity really well, really mature, really experienced way of playing that end game. Really nice high take.
Yeah, I think we saw, you know, in that game, the zones were quite tough with how they were sort of going up and down these mountains, and you saw a lot of people sort of overcommitting to maybe going up or going down and costing a lot of mats, and towards the end there, they seem to just have a lot more in the tank than everybody else.
Are you quite enjoying these rather evil zone pools though, Levin?
Of course.
I feel like it appeals to your sense of humor.
Yeah, no, I mean, for a viewer, it's great, right? You know, you get a lot of fun moments from it, but for a player, it's terrible. Oh my goodness, it's stressful. It can be but yeah, I'm not playing, so don't really care.
You get to sit back, relax, enjoy the action, and we get to check out the leaderboard now to see where we're at after those 2 games. There's only one more game of the upper bracket. Remember, everyone needs to be in the top 25 to make it to Grands. Otherwise, they're going to have to play 3 more games in the lower bracket. Now, Underdog, that's actually Fire Hunter. That's probably how you know this player with Artist. They did have a fantastic time on the high ground temporarily, so it's probably no surprise to see them clutching some all-important points there. But if we look down, I think, lads, to Mustache and Malibuka, it was another really good game for them. Again, they were unable to hold on to the high ground, but they seem to have found a good format for success, going for Rift Island in both games we've seen so far, Mini Miner.
Yeah, it seems like that's the way they want to play this. They have that confidence, they have the ability to just have that mojo about them whenever they play that Rift Island, and can go up for it. They have the confidence to do so. Of course, it helps the fact that they've already qualified through at that point as well, I'd imagine. Now they've 100% solidified their qualification to the grand final, so they'll be over the moon. Really nice stuff from that duo, and I think everyone on this first page here, the top 10, have qualified through to the grand finals. I think we can almost confirm that.
Yeah, another return to form as well for Pablo and Bevies.
Yeah.
Levin. Again, it's been another quiet weekend for them. We haven't spoken about them, and now they've made themselves known.
Yeah, you can see them. They were in 6th place on the leaderboard, and they moved up 19, right? So they were in 25th. They were right on the edge, right, of being able to go up to grand finals, and so good to see them sort of secure that there. It's weird with Pablo and Bevies Mini. I feel like nowadays we just get like the one game from them a season, you know? Like we're always due. I don't know what, when it will either be in the qualifiers or the semis or maybe grands, but we'll just get like the one Pablo and Bevies game where they remind us that they are a team in EU, and it seemed to have come here at a very good time for them.
Yeah, very good. I mean, it's one of those teams that have had experience at being one of the favorites in grand finals, teams that we know have all the ability. And I think it is a bit of a confidence thing for these guys. I know at the end of chapter 4, their confidence was knocked. They weren't as confident in how well they played. They didn't even make it to or they did just about make it to the global championship, I think, just by the skin of their teeth at the end. So I think it was a real roller coaster for them last year, this season, and this last year has been no different.
Looking at this page now, guys, this is a page where no one can truly relax, because there could be some teams below them that have epic 3rd and final games of this lobby and then surpass them into those grand finals. Janice and Pixie, I would be very surprised if we don't see them qualify in this next game, Levin. However, they're kind of on the threshold at the moment.
Yeah, a bit of a weird game, because it's a game where they get quite deep in the game and things are looking good, and then they sort of then fall apart. I remember this moment here, Janice, I think, got chunked down a lot by, I think it might have been Reason right after this. And then he's down to 10 HP, he's trying to clutch up, and it's just like, yeah, it's just not really much you can do. It's interesting for them. We'll see. Obviously, again, just need a decent game to keep them in this threshold here. Vico and Flixie, though, big congrats to Flixie. After a really impressive solo clutch, came 8th with 5 eliminations, pushed them into the top 25 and keeps them in a good spot now. Vico literally instantly after the game went straight to Twitter and was like, Flixie's the best player in the world. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Flixie. So clearly, feeling like Flixie saved their season here.
Nice
Yeah,
to see.
I'm really enjoying watching this duo. As you're saying, Mini Minor, it's really nice to see. I am very much hopeful that we're going to see some more aggression from them. I'm curious to see where Reason and Vidil got to, because I know that they were trying to find a balance between their trademark aggression in that end game and also just trying to grapple with the terrain, and you can see them there. They are in 25th. Now, Levin, I know this is a duo you follow very closely. In fact, we have been all weekend. Their fortunes have been up and down. Would you predict this as a duo who's going to be able to do it in the third and final game of the upper bracket?
I mean, you would put, you know, your stocks on them for sure. It's Reason and Vidil at the end of the day. It's weird though, because there's not really as much pressure on them as there is for other teams. Right? Ultimately, we can sit and go, oh my God, it'd be a shame to not see Reason and Vidil here. But they're going to globals. So like, you know, outside of the extra money they'd be getting from this grand, which trust me, neither of them need it. They're both doing very well with themselves. You know, there isn't that pressure on them like there is for other teams, right? The likes of Karama and Werex, who have been ever present in EU this chapter, Giras and Chari, right? Turtle and Cheeps, who were in last grands. Akira and Yeezy started off this season looking really good. I thought they'd be a team that makes it to grands with ease. Sky and Scroll on this page here, they've made it to every single grand finals so far this chapter. Marius and Sanguild, massive. Like, there are just so many big names here that like there is pressure on them, because a lot of them aren't qualified to globals, and it's like you need to get to grands. Now obviously, yeah, sure, you go to lowers you know, a bit later today and you get to play those games, but that's only top 15. If you're struggling to get top 25 in these games, like, you know, top 15 isn't a guarantee for you in the next 3 games in lower brackets. So really big pressure on a lot of teams there now, Mini.
Yeah, it's really, this is where the pressure gets on. I mean, one more game for these guys. Noticing there, Kaito and HiJo in 38th position. They were uncontested in that last game as well. They had a 26th with 2 eliminations. So, I mean, we talked about them at the beginning of the show. You broke it down really nicely, Levin, about how well they can win off spawn. But even when they're uncontested, they're finding it difficult to get Surge. So, interested to see how that duo goes, because they have potential to be contested in their final game. They're going to be shivering their timbers right now, because it's not going to be looking good for the last game.
Well, it'll be really interesting to see if they do have to play in the lower bracket as well, because yesterday we saw them fighting Noah and Aqua quite a lot, and those guys we know are in the lower bracket, and they drop a red line rig nearby, so potentially we're going to see some interesting battles between those two before the end of today's action. But we do have one more game in the upper bracket to seal the deal for 25 of our duos and get them through to that grand final. So let's head back to Jacob here and to Carter to find out who's going to make it.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Jacob, I want to say this is the last match, but this is just the last match of the upper bracket where top 25 will qualify to the grand finals. After this, don't go anywhere. We still have another 3 matches in the lower bracket. So the players who do not make top 25 after this match will get grouped up with the players who are currently waiting in the lower bracket to have another 3 matches be played out where the top 15 will qualify. But you don't want to make it to the last chance. You want to qualify right now if you're competing in this match. So, you know, the stress is going to be at an all-time high for these players, and there's a lot of them who are going to be contested as well.
Yeah, especially since 3 games, you go down to the lower bracket, you're coming off of losing out on the easiest chance to qualify, the top 25. It does not get easier in the lower bracket, but the game number 3 and the final game of the upper bracket starts now. Let's see who qualifies.
I'm curious to see if we see any changes in play style for this last match, but I think when you only have 3 opportunities, you shouldn't mix up too many things in terms of drops. But for X-Sweeze and Floki, they're going to be starting off strong with a quick knock, and all it's going to take is one more shot onto Fast Strokey to clean it up. Floki, X-Sweeze now are going to be starting off with yet again another 2 eliminations.
And you know what makes that scary? You know what makes that situation scary? Fast Strokey, Robon, 52 points, 18th place. They are in danger. They have to watch this one out and hope all those players below them don't have any big games. And that's why we're seeing all these contested fights and how they really play out throughout the day. Is HiJo and Kaito 8 points. It's almost all or lower bracket here. And they're going to go ahead and do exactly what Levin said earlier on to start the day. Split the drop, free shields on one side, but more of the loot is going to be on the other side.
Now both players have 200 effective HP and shield. They do have that advantage. However, depending on how the loot looked for the opposing duos, it could even up here. But as you can see, as they do get that slurp truck, they're going to go instantly to try and play aggressive and see if they can get a quick knock. It looks like the initial shot is going to be connected. HiJo now going to reposition himself and continue shooting.
Yeah, being very, very careful. He knows a lot of the space is already owned by them. EMP comes out. That's going to separate and buy them a little bit of time. HiJo does not heal, and it works out as Truly goes down. He tries to push in and finish that elimination. Now Ace Frax just by himself with less than 50 HP. He has a dream to try to survive, and that dream turned to a nightmare. Back to the lobby for him, and back to the lower bracket.
Good news is they have another chance, Jacob. Another opportunity, 3 more matches, but it's draining. It's mentally draining for the players who don't make it here in the upper bracket. So we'll see if they can hold on, if they have that competitor mentality to keep going. HiJo and Nebs, 1 elimination on the board. I think they're going to be 3-0 at Grimgate today. They've been looking unstoppable here.
Yeah, I don't even really see Toos and Karmi anywhere else, or at least the solo, because you see they got 1 elimination so far, but the fights will not slow down. A lot of these players that are low on the leaderboard, it's all or nothing. You need eliminations. You need a good, well-placed game on top of that one. So that's why you're seeing a lot of the early game action going down. And I can't say it's only going to involve the teams lower on the leaderboard, because sometimes they might just fight whoever's in front of them. If that means that you're at the top of the leaderboard, middle of the pack, you might end up having to defend your game.
Bit of a sandwich situation here. It's never one you want to be in, as even if you start the engagement and come out on top, you'll likely go down to the third party. Here we have Flixie. Vico, Levin was talking about it. Flixie had an insane clutch in the previous match. But now with his duo back in the game, the confidence must be at an all-time high. 64 points for these players. I believe the estimate to qualify is around 58 points. So they should be in good standings, but with these 2 eliminations, those extra 8 points could be everything.
Yep. 4 more right here. They picked up 8. The elimination still, time and time again, another team's gonna come in his Chiefs, in his Turtle. Probably here in this fight thinking like, hey, we might be able to take part of this. And now that they got a good portion of the loot, they can actually choose to disengage, depending on what they actually came for here. If they want Surge, they might stay here. But other than that, I feel like they put themselves in a good position to try to disengage. On the other side, Vico and Flixie, you're talking about the points. Flixie essentially qualified for the grand finals by himself in that last game.
He did. I mean, that's a way to do it. Which is why Vico was on socials being like, I have the best duo ever. Let's go. Vico's or Flixie's insane. But look, the job's not finished, Jacob. You don't want to just qualify on the edge.
No.
You want to show your dominance as Merstash and Malabuka. They are, or should be at least, uncontested, which is why they might be choosing to play a bit aggressive here in the early game to see if they can get a bit of damage. They already have the mythic loot, but Merstash is going to disengage.
They're a team that, with the red line rig, they could take a lot more risk, get a lot more opportunities. They kind of do both. Whether they go into zone rather quickly using those nitro rings or kind of stagger themselves back, knowing that the zone is pulling in their favor, teams will have to rotate through them. And because they're so quick to formulate that strategy, they don't really run into too much opposition until the later portion of the game. Sky and Scroll. You see them just kind of rotating around. 88 players still left in the lobby. Very early in the game, and a lot of the teams haven't rotated just yet to the cactuses, but as I saw that, you see Queasy and Thomas.
A lot of duos here. Even if they did secure a knock, you got to be careful for going for the finish. Sandy Steps is an incredibly popular location for a lot of these duos. Shots are going to be trying to get connected by Teeny and Chat, but I think they found a solo kind of lurking in one of the buildings in the surrounding area here. If they can pick this elimination up quickly, it could be more than enough.
And you know they like to fight. They're not a team that strays away from those opportunities, but it's that same building every time. It scares me just a little bit due to those half walls, the broken walls, the ones you can't really build to protect yourself, and that's where Werix was able to land some good shots. Slow down Teeny momentarily and allow him to disengage for free.
Do they know where he is? Is the pursuit on or not? No. That little scare from Teeny and Chap has caused them to say, you know, maybe we can go somewhere else. We can loot up again. We can keep farming. That was a close one. But if they do end up finding Werix here as a solo, or even they can most likely hear or even get the visual cue from the footsteps, knowing that he might be close by. Uh-oh. This could be bad, Jacob.
Ooh, I was gonna say this could be a nice 1v1 opportunity. Oh, nice shot there. This is gonna be the best shot he got. Chap goes down, but the shots go through the builds. Teeny with the quick cleanup, saving the day, because even Teeny was weak. That would have been a best case scenario if he was able to clean up the knock on the Chap, buy a couple seconds, at least pop some minis, but that chance is done and gone. Chap and Teeny survive yet again, and their forecast tower is up for grabs, as it seems.
I wonder if they saw like the weapon, as I believe when he went right in the tunnel, he just kind of ran right in, but then when he was going towards Werix, he kind of hesitated a little bit and shows the right-hand peek as he was crouched like behind a storage container or something. Might have saw his shotgun peeking out a little bit. Reason for deal, they have the surge base set up. Once again, a reminder, you know, why is there so many surge bases in this side of the map? You can see kind of that cactus by Reason. They're spread out all over this location, and when you pickaxe them, you do get a bit of extra shield, so you can kind of use that to take some shots, and even if you take damage, you can just recuperate that shield without having to use any bigs or minis. This is what I was talking about. He kind of went directly to the right without hesitating, but then when he went back to where Werix was, he did the right-hand peak side, so he was a little suspicious of that corner, and it ended up saving him. Artist and his duo, though, 2 eliminations.
Fire hunchers around here, and this is where Nitro Jump, there's a lot of cactuses. There's a triple cactus up the road at a little kind of hut garage base. That's where you see a lot of the teams boxed up on for their points. Artist and Fire Hunter, not too much difference going down from them as the bunkers now beginning to open up around the map, allowing for players that might not have the best loot starting off to kind of use those as a focal point to try to pack a punch with their loadout.
So we've had 2 east zones. Will the trend continue, or will it change?
Yep. Says mind games too as a player. You see the zone for the first couple games going one direction. You're like, okay, this is the type of day we're gonna have. But in the next game, it goes a whole different direction, changing things up. Really forced to be on your toes, but for Axe Force and a lot of these players around this portion of the map, no matter where the zone goes, it's business as usual. Need those cactuses. You need Surge. We were talking about it through day 1 and day 2. The threshold for Storm Surge in Zone 6 is the highest it's been all season long, and not just by a little bit, by more than a full elimination.
Teeny and the Feet actually going to pick up an elimination. It's going to be the 2nd elimination for the duo. Destru, though, looking to see if he can kind of take the sneaky route, get a 3-2-1 on his opponents down below.
It's a lot of waiting. They're going to be waiting a long time here, and they might not even still get that opportunity because, yeah, they can go up. That's where you're going to get the easiest shots on them, but they can also continue to just move through the boat. There is the Nitro ring down below, and that's going to be, honestly, not only their safest escape, but probably their best escape because then they get the Nitro effect. They can build to protect themselves. I just hope they don't go up.
No, I think you're right. I wonder if the opponents that are playing slow will kind of keep that in mind and look down below under the Nitro ring. You could still get quite a few shots in as they're flying through the sky. Lucia and Wheat in the center of Shipwreck Shallows. Looking a bit desperate for tags, which is as they should be doing here. There's just not any duos in the surrounding area. Literally the only duo in sight on the minimap is Thomas HD and Queasy, who are also in a surge base, so either they take shots back and forth or they find something else.
Just kind of give an update. I know we're looking for that top 25, and there are about 6 or so teams that are already down and out of game that are inside of that top 25. Some have more than enough points to be safe. Others might not be so much. It's going to come down to a photo finish at the end of this game, which kind of puts pressure on whether you're playing or not. to kind of watch and see how it all plays out. But Sky and Scroll, they push in, they attack Vidil, and this is a situation they need to survive. They are outside the threshold right now, or at least on the line, tied with a few other players. Reason needs to be able to stay alive, and that's why you see him disengaging. He has to be careful. I talked about the Nitrodrome, all these cactuses that are nearby, so there are so many teams boxed up in this position, waiting for an opportunity to spot out a solo just like him.
I need to see how Sky did that. The deal dropped it in an instant. Literally a millisecond, and he was gone. Blink of an eye as Reason, like you said. Now, it's going to be tough, because if he goes down, it's going to be a path to the lower bracket. Will he try and clutch it out as a solo? Will he risk getting that reboot card? The issue is the reboot card is on a surge base with cactuses. If I'm Sky, I'm not moving from that location.
For multiple reasons there. And the thing about them, they already have their global championship spot secured from that last major. But these are two hungry competitors, man. They don't want to do bad in any tournament. They want to make every grand finals. This is good practice for that global championship, as Destru. This is the fight we were watching earlier. I thought they were just going to leave the boat, but they actually went down in them and chased them, giving them no chance for escape.
All or nothing. As we take a look at the Rift Island, this is normally where we'd see Murstache and Malabuka, but due to the different zone, we've got a few new duos here trying to claim it, taking shots back and forth. I don't believe has the flag been captured yet? No, it has not. So both players here looking to see if they can get their opponents off of it as the shots come through. No big one connected yet, though.
Yeah, but I like Zoom's confidence. He's continuously trying, especially when he doesn't even have that right-hand advantage to kind of break the build, but he's not giving up. Back-to-back pieces taken. Zoom lands a shot. Wasn't a lot of damage, but that looked clean for him. Squeezy on the other side, just trying to grab that extra angle. Asa and Ju just forced to reposition, build extra space for them on the other side, and they're even separated. They got to be careful not to get caught off guard, because with so much chaos going down, that could be an easy possibility.
Good news is they're quite centered in the zone right now. They have time to spend. The issue is they keep taking shots, they keep using heals, they keep using materials. You can see all that's left for Zoom is metal, the most scarce resource on the map that's going to be difficult to recuperate. Ideally, you could use more brick in this fight, but I don't even know if they're going to be able to fully close it out. As we look over to Podesai and Snazy up against our game 2 winners, Cool and Voltiax, which was actually their first victory royale in an FNCS set lobby for both players.
Just like a tough situation to be in if you're a lot of these guys really just trying to make up a point gap. 48 points, Podesai and Snazy, 13th, 25th. Inconsistent games as Murstache is down. This could be a big win for Axforce and Klowski. That's a lot of loot on the other side. That one's instantly going to cleaned up. Medallion was not in his inventory, though. Malabuka still has possession of that, but they do got that Mythic AR.
Yeah, I don't think they want to risk going fully in here as they know that there's other duos in the surrounding area, but maybe with the confidence of having those cactuses behind them and now the Mythic AR, it's going to bring them to pick up the rest. Malabuka, though, now has to get out of here. How many points is Murstache and Malabuka at? I think they're in the top of the leaderboard, top 5, so they're kind of just playing to claim their zone here.
I mean, condition a lot of the teams around him again. It's almost like you forget about those dashes sometimes. They're not as prominent as they were in previous seasons, but they still deal a lot of damage and easily able to catch teams off guard. As Cade and Marine, they're still going up and higher, trying to get the elevation advantage, but now they're forced to go down low. Their opponents have. Marine's getting 2v1 for quite some time, but finally Cade is into the mix. Down goes Jakey. Twi's left by himself, but he meets that same fate. They are down and out of this game, sent back to the lobby, and they have some time with the break to think about how they're going to change things up for the lower bracket.
Cade has been on fire today. If it wasn't for the previous match where they went down early in game 1, they led the pack in terms of eliminations, and now once again, not missing a single shot. I know Cade is feeling good with the potential of going directly to grand finals after this match. Hellfire QB on the other hand, 24 points. We talked about it. The estimate should be around 58 potentially, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less. So they're going to need to have a pretty good game here.
It's going to be tough, but at least they pulled zone on their side. About like 13, 14. Let's just say 15 for the sake of it. Players outside of the top 25, or I should say full teams, still alive, trying to make something happen here. A few more just inside of that threshold. So with a few spots still left for grabs here in game number 3, points-wise, there's a lot of possibilities still to play out. And I think that's why, even as fast as the action has been going earlier on in the game, things have slowed down just a little bit.
HiJo and Nebs have also been playing very well aggressively. Dominating in the early game, but Moni and Lunex, I believe, started off with basically 0 points in the first match. Luckily enough, though, in the second one, they did pick up 28. So in a similar situation to Hellfire and QB, they need to make this game count. So they don't want to take too many risks, just like Reason here, who now might be going for the reboot card of the deal, but I think it's too late actually at this point. 422 below, 18 points needed. This is not looking good at all, Jacob. This is not looking good at all. A nightmare.
I was thinking, it's Reason, man. He can do it. But then I see 400 below the damage threshold. I'm like, oh, man. Hey, he can still do it. It might be like 1 in 1,000, but hey, 1 in 1,000 is still a chance here, especially with some teams going down. Snazy, Podesai being one of them, inch closer up that threshold, and now he spots out a solo by himself. Still not enough damage, even if he gets the elimination, but he's inching himself closer and closer, easing up the pressure. And since it is a 1v1, isolated towards the outside, not too many teams looking over in this direction just yet. But there is a full bunch of solos crowded around just south of where they are now, so Reason has to be careful. The fight might be worth it to get the loot, to get the points, to get the surge that you need. But becoming the focus of the lobby is a nightmare waiting to happen. Now Storm Surge activating Takada, it's going to get worse.
Have to go on a rampage here if he wants to stay up. He knows the player below him is a solo. Nitro right in the box. One quick pump to send him back to the lobby, down to the lower bracket, as Reason now has just recuperated that shield that he's lost. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Storm Surge might not even be active anymore.
Yep, that was
he might just be able to clutch it up.
That was the biggest thing about that elimination, is he's still down on Surge, but it turned off because he was able to drop it below that threshold. In Zone 7, though, it's going to have to drop down to 40 players. So Reason, he knows where he stands in sort of Sword Surge, but now he has to figure out where he's going to get the shots that are needed. With players rotating through the sky, this is going to be step number 1.
Locked in, focused. He sees the number now. That threshold that he needs to reach, it's 374. He's got about 55 seconds to do that much damage. Not too many options, but the first one in sight is going to be to push Turtle.
Yeah, that was a good opportunity. Turtle fell behind the curve, but Chiefs immediately turns around to try to lend that helping hand. Reason on the search, has to go elsewhere. He's trying to take advantage of players that are distracted, sneak some shots in, not take that full risk, but that time is running out with every team starting to rotate faster and faster to zone. But also makes his way back, probably down on Surge as well, and Reason takes advantage of that one. Still below the damage threshold by 73. One more well-placed shot will go ahead and get him above and ease the pressure.
He was unable to get the finish, that extra damage he needed. The threshold will end at 40 players if 3 more get eliminated. But Reason out of the sky. You're playing against the best of Europe. They're not going to miss their shots. As Reason goes down and now potentially going to have to play it out again in the next 3 matches in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they went down on 54 points. Guess what, Takada? 3 teams are down and out on 54 points. These tiebreakers, how this game shakes out is going to be very, very interesting. But luckily for a lot of these teams, you still got that second chance in the lower bracket. Top 22 here. That means placement points are now beginning to set in. Top 10, top 8 is where you get at least half of those placement points. So that should be the bare minimum goal for a lot of these teams.
Not as difficult as a zone as we had in the previous 2 matches. There is a bit of changes in elevation, but nothing that comes close to Mount Olympus or the winter side of the map. HiJo Kaido, one of the contested duos of the day. But with 520 damage above the threshold, they have no worries in terms of how much damage they need to do. They can focus strictly on their rotation.
And see, it's going down the mountain, which is a blessing for a lot of these players, but it opens up another unique thing here that we haven't really seen too much here towards the end game. That's the river sticks. That's the underworld dashes that everybody's going to have a chance to use. So finishing these fights might be easier in some cases, but harder in others, especially if you're a solo like Marius. 34 points. You need to have a Flixie-style game here where you're able to clutch up and get the points necessary to qualify on your own. And with big damage like that, no HP to regain, Marius goes down.
34 points, not going to be enough. A lot of top players are going to be competing in the lower bracket once again. Akira and Easy, though, at 42. All they need is a bit more. They just have to stay up here, and with the positioning they have, one crash pad to make it to zone. It does pull north, the first moving zone of the day here in the third match.
In theory, this is the last easy rotation they're going to get. You talked about it being their last crash pad. Hopefully they can find something else, or maybe even have nitros in their inventory. Other than that, it's going to get exponentially harder for them to continue to rotate through this end game. Sky and Scroll have a little bit more flexibility than them. They're almost 700 above the damage threshold, but instantly fall on this next zone. What did we just witness? HiJo's trying to stay ahead of the curve. 249 damage thanks to shots like that, but that was a drastic turn of events there.
That was insane. You could even see HiJo Kaido were almost 700 above not long ago. Now dropped to 249. It's enough for the moment, but with the pressure being applied to them, it just keeps going down. Clownski, Axe Force looking to see if they can elevate themselves, but meanwhile, Artist and his duo are going to be the ones to successfully claim height for the moment.
Yep, we'll see where this next zone pulls, though. Because if it pulls over those old builds, they can possibly maintain it. Other than that, they might have to stagger and let somebody build their way up. Sky and Scroll looking like they were going so for piece control, advancing closer and closer to Queasy and Thomas, but they betted against it. Rightfully so. Ju's going to get the knock on to Queasy. Thomas is down as well. They are out in top 16.
I saw Flixie up. I don't know if Vico is standing as well. Is it going to be another clutch from Flixie to secure his spot in the grand finals? Sky and Scroll taking shots down below. They don't need too much damage, but they want to do a clean rotate here. Gotta be careful, though, as eyes are on them. No cracks yet.
Yeah, they started this game with 16 points, well below that threshold. They're trying to work their way back, but it is a marathon, not a race. Even if it's 3 games, it's going to take everything out of you. Combeck just trying to sneak his way in, but Axe Force Klausy, they spot him from above. Luckily for him, he reunites with Perhawa, but the battle for the high ground that we're waiting for has started, but it's Nate going up as a solo. Fire Hunter and Artist, they deny that opportunity, send him all the way back down low to the low ground, and that is that added pressure of those dashes. You take no fall damage, whether you have Fizz, Nitro, or not.
HiJo with another elimination, picks up one alongside Kaido. Both players still up. The chemistry looking like an all-time high. Is this duo going to be able to clutch it up in the last match? They're at 46 points now. They need to get at least 56 to make it. Clownski, Axe Force up as well, but they have no materials.
Yeah, you see them dashing around, trying to use those dashes, and they find Kiddo outside of the zone, get a couple of those siphon mats, replenish the dashes. They're moving. They are grooving to the tune right now, trying to pick up the pace. 50 points. They're well within range. They can smell that qualification.
Just a couple of eliminations is all it's going to take. Can they stay up? HiJo Kaido ahead of zone now. They want high ground. They're going for the retake. Will they be able to secure it? Meanwhile, Combeck Perhawa down in the dirt.
Yep, they started this game outside of the top 25, and they're trying to make it matter. So many teams are making this last game worth it as they're trying to push themselves into qualification range. Even includes a battle for the high ground. Axe Force, Clownski, Kaido, HiJo, and they're just pressuring down below, forcing them out of their space. Hey, we worked for this, we've earned this, and we will not be denied this big game win.
Just one more placement, just one more elimination. Every point matters when you're on the threshold. Clownski and Axe Force, they need to close this one out.
Most of the players left alive in this game are outside of the top 25, which means they're giving themselves a fighting chance. HiJo Kaido, heal off is going to begin just a little bit early outside of the zone. He's trying to catch up because the floppers are now down and out. Vico is gone. He was left by himself by Flixie, but they're definitely into the grand finals already. Axe Force, Clownski, they're one of the few duos left alive, but they're still a solo in their path.
They needed a huge match to qualify, and it looks like they're delivering. Just 4 players up now, 2 duos, as HiJo is gonna be the one that cleans it up. What just happened?
That was a big opportunity. Both of those teams needed the big game, and I think they've got what they were looking for. They didn't need a map because they had the recipe for success. You got to give them a huge round of applause, but now we got to go down to the leaderboard, Takada, because I'm just looking right now. I was throughout the game, 13 players at one point or another. There was more players outside of the bubble than there was inside of that bubble. So that leaderboard has been shaken up for sure.
I'm trying to do calculations. I'm trying to figure out what just went down, but there was just too much chaos. I mean, HiJo and the opposing duo that was up above both needed a massive game to qualify to the grand finals, and they delivered first and second place. You can see here how Kaido was actually able to secure some of those final eliminations. Meanwhile, Axe Force was staying above on height, claiming as much placement as possible, but it was the flank from Kaido, the double shotgun shot to close it off. What a finish.
I said it while it was happening. They were distracted by the only solo left in the lobby, and one of them took the low ground, one of them took the high ground, and they just went ahead and sealed that deal. Big games for a lot of these players all around. I would be a liar if I say I was disappointed, because this is probably one of the best 3 games that we've seen in a long time.
It's what you love to see. It was intense. It was what you expect from an upper bracket, but we got to see how that shook up the leaderboard, and there's only 3 people that can tell us that. So Frankie, Levin, and Minnie, what do we got?
Thank you so much, guys. Well, we have got a fight on our hands for the Active Champions next weekend. That's so much we can guarantee, because I have to say, like, these semi-finals have been so entertaining and so competitive, and we have to give props to Kaito and HiJo, because there are some duos who are being faced with the lower bracket who would basically crumble and not even make it off spawn, but these 2 knew that they were pretty much on the last page of the standings, and they had to have the ultimate performance, and Levin, that's exactly what they gave us.
They did so well in that game. From the very beginning, Mini Miner, I was like, okay, this is different level now. This is different stuff. They landed off spawn at Little Dirty Dot, like we highlighted at the start of the game. They landed at that south side, got the slurp truck. Truly and them were on the north side, right? So it was the matchup we were expecting to see. They both get shotguns instantly, rush, aggressive. And you could see the intent in them was different from what we've seen in previous games. They play out the rest of the game, and maybe not flawlessly, but when it mattered most and they had to hit the shots to keep them in the game, they do exactly that. And Kaito at the end stepping up with a big flank to win them the game. I mean, beautiful stuff. I think they went into that game in like 44th or something. Like, they had 8 points going into that game, and now, you know, doing much better after that win.
Yeah, really nice to see from these guys. I said going into that game that they were going to be a little bit nervous going into it, because there was always that potential for them to be contested. And even we broke it down at the beginning of the show. We said as soon as these guys get that off-spawn win, he's on his bed. I love that reaction. He's like, right, that's it. I'm going straight to sleep. And he can sleep now because, of course, he doesn't have to play in the lower bracket. But yeah, it was nice to see from these guys. They kept their cool throughout the whole game. They believed in themselves. And as I was going to say before he jumped on his bed, they are very, very good when they make it off spawn here, so it seems like they were showing that in that last game.
To be fair, I kind of need a lie down after watching that end game, so I really do not blame HiJo for taking a lie back to think about what he's achieved and what he's got to do next weekend to make it to Global Championships in Fort Worth. Let's take a look at the standings and confirm who has made it through to next weekend's grand finals. We're looking at the top 25 here. The remaining players will head down to the lower bracket and meet the strongest duos from the lower bracket who played yesterday. So as you can see, Vico and Flixie, they might not have secured a victory royale 11, but they were so consistent and aggressive across this weekend.
I mean, no surprises.
It's a no-brainer that they made it.
Yeah,
right?
No surprises at all. And no surprises, look who's leading on the limbs. It's always going to be them, it feels like, leading on the limbs at any given opportunity. Deserve to be in the finals with their performance this week throughout the season. No-brainer.
Yeah.
Queasy and Thomas, good to see them in there as well. Mustache and Malibuka as well. Mini Miner, let's take a look at page 2. Who's jumping out to you?
Chapantini, of course, they got the job done. Wasn't pretty necessarily, but they did what they needed to do. Same with Janice and Pixie as well. We talked about this duo a lot going into it. They went for the more sort of consistent route, 15th, 15th, and 12th, with not too many eliminations. You can see there as well, only 5 in total. But again, that's all you need. Clownski and Axe Force there as well. Kaito and HiJo, of course, we just mentioned those guys moving up into that top 25, which is huge for those guys because they needed it going into that game. And it seemed like in that end game, there was just so many teams that needed a big pop-off. It meant that every single placement, every single clutch moment mattered. So really happy for Clown and Axe Force.
They really dug deep. And also, I can't believe you've not given a shout out to your Welshman Cage, Mini Miner, because he was one of my favourite players to watch in the upper bracket this time around. Let's take a look at the next page of the standings to see the final 5 duos who've confirmed their spot in Grands. Levin, talk me through this. Sky and Scroll. They made it. Turtle and Cheeps as well. I mean, you've got to be happy about that.
Sky and Scroll, I mean, they have been on a mission to make every grand so far in this chapter, and their mission is now successful, complete. Good to see them here, man. I mean, they got a taste of their first grand finals coming into this chapter, and they've not let it slip out of their hands just yet. The question now is like the big step up, right? Is everything making it to grands? Can you now make it to globals for them? And that's what they'll have their eyes set on now moving forward. But really excited to see these guys obviously making it to grand finals. They're 2 really exciting players to watch.
Yeah, they're a team that are developing as well. They're always improving, but I'm looking at this leaderboard right here, and a team that it's got to jump out to. It's got to jump out to everyone. Vidil and Reason, 28th spot, 28th position. They didn't quite make it, and although it's a shame they're making it into that lower bracket, that's a setback in itself. I'm looking at the proposed drop map for this lower bracket. Brutal Beachhead already got 1 team there. Their traditional drop spot of Sandy Steps already got 2 teams there. So a big question mark for me right now. Where are they going to land? How are they going to pick themselves up after this? Because we know they have the potential to. It's just a question of, are they going to be able to show up on the big day later on, the big 3 games?
Where would you want them to land, Mini Miner? What would your advice be to them?
It's tough because I'd like to see them fight off spawn. I think they should continue to go brutal. They have actually done quite well when they've been contested by 2 teams at Sandy Steps as well. So I think wherever they go, they will be able to find success. I just think they need to rely on 1 game. I think that's what it's going to be for them later on, that singular game that qualifies them through.
Levin, you agree?
Yeah, more or less agree, man. These are 2 players who are known for big moments. They're a moments team. We just need 1 big moment in the last 3 games of the tourney.
But as you mentioned, 3 games, the last 3 games of the semi-final. So not many opportunities to pull off the W, but as we've just seen from that last game, there are duos who have stepped out when it mattered most. And we know that after this slightly extended break, we're going to see even more duos stepping up to the plate and trying to secure their spot in Grands. Because if you don't secure a spot in Grands, you ain't got your ticket to Fort Worth already booked. Your season ends this weekend. You don't want to go home, do you? You don't. You're going to go hard. You're going to go Grands. So we'll see you guys after this short break for the final 3 games of the semi-finals.
cash now. If it ain't me, it's bad, bad. Stack my dough and back bread. I'm on the road like bad gas. Gas by the assets. I pass off your fact checks. I pay no mind, I'm way too busy getting cash checks. That's just a facet, and you can't make the fame last. I need a whistle to official to be in your gameplay. No shot, cause I'm always in range. So
Hello, welcome back to the FNCS Major 3 semi-finals. We're about to kick off our lower bracket and there are just 3 games before we find out what the finalised lobby list will be for next weekend's grand finals. I'm Frankie Ward. I'm delighted to be joined by 11-2K and Mini Miner. And I know there's a lot of duos who will be breathing a sigh of relief because they have already booked their spot in next weekend's Grands, Mustache and Malabuka, Queasy and Thomas, and a few names that saw a last-minute resurgence like Axforce and Firehunter. But Levin, not everyone we expected to get through has secured their place yet.
Not at all, right? We still got a couple names who, you know, one played earlier today and just weren't quite able to get that top 25. And obviously some people from yesterday's upper bracket who have now dropped down into lower 3 who are big names, players who have played well this season, who we would have expected to maybe even win games in some cases.
In Mini Miner, one of those duos is Reason and Vidil. They've been up and down across the semi-finals. Sometimes they turn out a huge performance, but they just haven't, unfortunately, been consistent enough today to lock down their spot in next weekend's Grands yet. However, what are we thinking their fortunes might be this time round in the lower bracket?
Well, they're just going to be resting on the fact that they are just an incredible team in terms of their fighting ability, right? Just their mechanical ability. They're going to be hoping that that's going to be enough to pull them through here today. And I know we asked the question, where are they going to land? What's their off-spawn situation going to look like? And we do have the answer, actually. They're going to be landing all the way down towards Brutal Beachhead. So they made the decision. They're sticking with what they did in the upper bracket. And in that break right there, I was going on some streams, having a look. Vidil was practicing his drops over and over and over again, landing at Brutal Beachhead. So it seems like they're locked in here. They need to win off spawn because, of course, if you don't win off spawn in a couple of these games, things are going to get really nervy.
Look, they're playing against Kentic and Fnatic as well, and you know, Kentic and Fnatic aren't the biggest names in EU, but if people remember, last season they were contesting Grim Gate a lot of the times, right? And at times they were giving, you know, Malabuka Mustache some problems there off spawn. So this is a team that can cause you problems off spawn if you're not, you know, on point. Even though they're not a team maybe we've seen too much so far this season. So yeah, big games coming up for Reason Vidil. But at the end of the day, I said this last time, I don't want to be a party people, but they are called for global, so I don't think they'll be too upset if they don't make it through, and I don't think it's like the biggest, saddest story in the world because we will still get to see them in Fort Worth.
Yeah, we'll get to see them across the pond, but Levin, I think that's not true. I do think all of these duos are really keen to prove that they have the momentum to get the Active Champions in Major 3 and take the big prize over in Fort Worth in September. So I think pride is on the line for Vidil and Reason. And I'm really interested also to look at some of the lower bracket duos as well who are fighting for their spot next weekend, talking of pride. Because one duo who potentially were looking to play spoiler against Mustache and Malabuka off spawn at Redline Rig yesterday were Noah and Aqua. Now, Levin, they are going to be contested this time, but by a lesser known duo.
Yeah, and the thing with Noah and Aqua is that they kind of don't care who's contesting them a lot of the time, you know? It's like, that is part of the mentality in them even going and contesting Malabuka Mustache in the first place, right? A lot of people would go, you guys are big name players, 2 good players who can do well. Why would you contest a good team and a team that's already called globals? It doesn't make any sense. But these guys want what they want, and they like what they like, and so they're going to go for what they want to go for. And in this case, it's Redline Rig. I'm confident these guys are going to be able to make it through, though. I think these guys are really good. I think we saw them win a couple times against Malay and Mustache. I think they'll be all right today.
I'm thinking back to their last game yesterday, that second place, which wasn't quite enough to get them into that upper bracket. They seem to have this mojo about them. They can turn it on when things get close, and this is as close as you can possibly get. So they are contested by Kantri and Cryfalls today, so we'll see what they can do in that sort of situation. It should be a little bit of an easier time for them against than they were against Mustache and Malabuka.
What about the mojo, though, of Cringe and Volko? Because this is a duo that we're talking about a lot yesterday, hoping to see that magic spark that they need to survive in Major 3, and we haven't seen it lit just yet, Levin.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I think they've actually switched up their drop spot as well, right? This is a team that we always talk about in terms of landing at Lavish Lair. You know, they're usually, you know, landing their Uncon, and when they are contested, they're usually pretty good there, but they've decided to switch it up to go to Restored Reels. And they're actually contested there. So it's not even like they've left Lavish to be somewhere uncon. They are still going to be contested. It looks like, at least, you know, things can always change going into that game. But yeah, a bit of an interesting decision from there, Mini.
Yeah, we'll see what they do moving more towards the south. I think it might be, I'm not sure what drop spot they're actually landing at. I think it might be Nitrodrome, actually. I think they're contesting Squizzy and Zoom, so I think they're going to be contesting them there. I think they just want to try and go for those cacti. We've spoken about this duo so often, about being a team that have struggled with Storm and Surge. They've struggled with their drop spots, so they're changing up the position. Contesting a team at Nitrodrome, though, if that's where they do end up dropping, that's not an easy task, so we'll have to see what they do.
I just double-checked the drop map. It is Nitrodrome.
It is, yeah.
So,
Oh, what a place to drop. You get the vibes going. Motivate you through, hopefully, to the end game. We have to go into the first game of the lower bracket lobby now. Just 3 games remain before we confirm our grand finalists for Major 3. So let's head over to Jacob, PR, and to Carter.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Jacob, look, it's time to focus up. It's time to lock in. The players coming from the upper bracket are now on their final opportunity to qualify to the grand finals. They had a quick break. They had some time to get some water, focus up, and look at that drop map. But we don't have to wait long because the battle bus is ready. So let's get right into the first match of the lower bracket.
Even though it's only 3 games in the lower bracket today, I think the upper bracket has showed us that you cannot fall behind the curve, and it's going to get exponentially harder because it's no longer top 25. It is straight down to that top 15. And if you're looking at the upper bracket, top 15 was around 96 points. A much heavier threshold for anybody else.
A lot less leeway, right, on the qualification. You can't risk going down early, but it's difficult because there's so many duos that are contesting each other. You can see as they confirmed, Nitrodrome is going to be the spot where Volko and Cringe have decided to drop here in the lower bracket. They're up against Squizzy and Zoom, and it looks like they're not going to wait long to take this fight.
Cringe just got to be careful, though. He doesn't have a shotgun. Just has the combat AR. Zoom doesn't really have much either. That's where you see everybody kind of scrounging around, trying to get as much loot as possible. Nitrodrome isn't the easiest place to contest. Obviously, you got your nooks, crannies, corners to hide behind, but the amount of volume, the audio right now, just makes it so hard to hear a lot of these players.
I'm looking at the surrounding area as well. The issue is there's only one kind of trio of duos that are contesting each other just south of Nitrodrome. So if anything goes wrong between those duos, they might end up heading up north towards them with a potential third party. But here we are, the red line rig. Noah Rayleigh put into a difficult 1 versus 2 situation, but he's connecting his shots now, cracking one of his opponents. This is a duo that I would expect to see in grand finals. His duo Aqua, 2-time FNCS champion, but he's been unable to make it to finals since the start of Major 1, but can Noah help him do it? No, he cannot. Noah goes down. That's 1 out of the 3 matches they have to make grand finals, and it's not a good start.
That just looked so unfortunate. It almost even looked like double 22s out of the gatekeeper. That's something that you really can't expect to happen. I give him an A for effort, but now with 1 game down and gone, he's going to have to be in that pressure cooker for the next 2 to figure out how they're going to make up that gap. It's almost mirrored from however they performed in that day 2 of the upper bracket, which caused them to go to the lower side of things. Brutal Beachhead. They talked about the different switch-ups in the drops. 2 teams contesting here, 3 teams contesting here. It's getting more and more active, which, hey, it could be a little bit of a blessing for Reason and Vidil, whether they get the medallion or not. This is an opportunity for some early game Storm Surge, which was the reason why they went down in the upper bracket.
Yeah, Mini was talking about it. I'm looking at the drop map, and we do have Reason and Vidil here. We have Finn and Kentic as well. However, one of the duos, I'm not sure where they went. They might be a bit more north or kind of scavenging loot in the surrounding area. I'm not sure if you saw if Finn had any eliminations, but I think it's been pretty passive so far at Brutal Beachhead. Vidil was practicing his drops on stream before this match, so they were able to take home the upper side of this drop spot, which has a majority of the loot and better positioning. But no quick engagements have fell through. We saw Hellfire and QB. They were on the borderline of qualifying from the uppers, but were unable to make it. So they've already had 3 matches to warm up, get in the zone, compared to the other players that came directly to the lower bracket.
And I think that's kind of like having a little bit of mental struggles for some of these teams that went down. They underperformed. Game didn't go their way. 3 of them, to be exact, in the upper bracket. And now with their last chance, there's probably so many different thoughts racing through their head. How much do you actually change up from the upper bracket to the lower bracket? You know as well as I do, the Cactus is still going to be a main focal point for a lot of the teams to rotate over and try to claim before anybody else does. Other than that, I'm not sure how much things will change.
Going closer to Pleasant Piazza. I don't think we've seen a single zone kind of end in this direction of the map. As some shots will be taken. None traded. Some duos already based up on the elevated ridges of the area. But it doesn't look like aggression is the main focus for any of these duos.
Yeah, it almost looked like they were kind of rotating on over, checking out the forecast tower. Chapatinho no longer in this game, and this is their main focal point of their entire strategy, which opens up that opportunity for anybody else to try to claim it. And it does look like X-Squeeze and his teammate are going to be the first ones on top of that mountain, claim the launch pad and all the surrounding space. But not everybody here in this lobby is going to have a lot of that freedom to move around. Clement and Buzz, this is a drop spot you've seen them fight yesterday throughout the day. It's just one of those, it's like a 50-50. Even if you disengage, there's just not a lot of loot and resources around this area that isn't already claimed by somebody else.
Yeah, with such a quick turnaround from uppers to lowers, I would expect this match to be one of the most chaotic. We had, for example, Vico and Flixie, who had Reckless Railways uncontested. Now there's 3 duos dropping in Reckless. The triple con. As you can see how quickly things can change up. As Clement here and his duo are going to choose to go kind of towards the side of the map where the cactuses are. This is where Queasy and Thomas HD were boxing up a lot in the upper bracket to look for some tags, some shots. And it looks like Clement has a similar idea.
Yeah, I feel like they've kind of learned. They saw Queasy and Thomas, how well they did from Classy Courts. They switched up, made that their drop spot for this lower bracket, and they're almost mirroring that strategy. They go straight down towards past restored reels to where one of the earliest cactuses are at. And you're seeing a lot of these people adapt literally on the fly, switch up drop spots, switch up loot splats to try to give themselves a better chance. And rightfully so, Takata, that is the recipe that has shown a lot of success throughout the weekend so far.
I mean, it's what Fortnite competitive is about. Sometimes you have more time to do your homework. Sometimes you're in a rush, but getting it done is what matters. These players are at a level that they need to be aware of who's dropping in their surroundings and who is kind of on their mid-game loot path or even storm surge path. So they know not only to look in the feed and see if some of their opponents are getting into fights so they could potentially third party, but also just to know kind of how their opponents play, so they can base their own play style off of that to maximize their efficiency in terms of the rotations and not losing shield on rotates and knowing where they can farm up the metal. It gets complicated, and sometimes you don't have a lot of time to kind of make that masterclass game plan when you're coming from uppers to lowers and the drop spots suddenly change. But after this game, hopefully these players get a pretty good sense of what's going on in the surroundings, what's free, what's not. What's a dangerous rotate, what isn't. X-Squeeze and Floki, they played very well in the off-spawn engagements for the upper bracket, but unfortunately they're here in their last chance now, the last chance for everybody to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's tough, and as each and every game goes on, even every zone as the day goes on, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, it's going to cause just a little bit more stress, a little bit more panic. So you want to make sure you start off the day good. Game number 1, maybe even get in the top 8, get a half of the placement points, combine that with eliminations, and just make sure that you just leave very little for you to do in game 3 when you get there, because we saw upper bracket, the last game of the day, it really came down to the wire with teams having to make it to the end just to qualify for the grand finals. Everybody else we see here in the lower bracket. So with the last chance here at Life, hopefully a lot of these teams will begin to take advantage of that, whether if it's making a little bit more risk in their game plan that they didn't in the upper bracket, or maybe taking less risk. The choice is definitely theirs.
As time goes on, we'll see how those decisions change, because once you're on your last match, the third match, it's not like you get a lot of opportunities, Jacob. It's only 3 matches that's going to decide your fate of if you make it to the grand finals or not. This is what I was talking about. Reckless Railways, 3 duos now deciding to drop here after we had Vico and Flixie qualify uncontested from this drop spot. Raban and Fastroki being one of those duos, but as you can see, they don't have any eliminations, so it is a POI that has a significant amount of chests and loot that the duos don't necessarily have to kind of 50-50 off spawn and take those quick engagements. CZB and Nathan have looked like one of the most or more dominant duos here on EU, finishing second on day one in the upper bracket. But unfortunately, now we're seeing them here in the last opportunity in the lower bracket, Jacob. They have yet to qualify. They were incredibly consistent at the start, but they just haven't been able to pick it back up.
Yeah, I like the way you said that, though. Incredibly consistent at the start. It's usually games 4, game 5, game 6 that they tend to fall off that pedestal that they build themselves throughout the day with how consistent they can play. And now we take out game 4, 5, and 6. So if they continue to have that hot start, the one that we know they can, especially with 10 of the best teams out of the lobby already in grand finals, everybody else out of FNCS altogether, they have very few and little opposition in their way. If they can have a big consistent game, start to build that momentum, I have high hopes for them.
I hope so, Jacob. I hope so. From the performance initially, it's a duo I want to see in the grand finals. Bunkers now being picked up. A lot of the time, this is a position or kind of, I guess, a map objective that initiates a lot of engagements and fights, just like the Rift Island, but not this time for Kovacs and his duo partner. As we head on over back towards the Nitro Drome, Volko and Cringe having been contested off the start. Yet to get an elimination though, but that might change shortly.
Yeah, I thought they would just kind of climb up into their own surge base. Now they're stealing somebody else's. Well, that's one way to claim a tower, and they're just going all the way down near the water, breaking in through the side. Yo-Yo's just trying to bounce around, but he ends up in the same box, takes down Vorko. That's going to be a big switch up in this fight. Now they have a 1v2. They just got to allow themselves time to breathe because, you know, time is of the essence for Cringe to keep on attacking and keep his opponent slow, and he's doing a good job so far, but time is running out now that the Flowberry Fizz is being used.
Got to be careful. Is going to have to do a full disengagement here towards the Nitro Drome once again. Ricky Yo-Yo, this is one of the duos that's triple contested south of Nitro Drome, and it looks like they might have had a bit of difficulty securing loot, which forced them into this engagement. We kind of talked about it earlier as Cringe and Volko had to go up against Squizzy and Zoom off the start, and having a triple contestation just south of them could have potentially caused one of those duos to wander on up, and that might be exactly what just went wrong here. Cringe is now going to be left alone, and he has to face the choice of, does he go for the reboot later on? Does he try and clutch it out as a solo? Is Ricky and Yo-Yo going to chase him? It's definitely going to be difficult.
Yeah, especially if he even manages to get the reboot up. You just have materials, resources. It's going to be a tough one. Chari and Giras, same thing, but they're separated in their two different surge towers, trying to cover more ground, spot out more players, so that way they can try to elevate their surge well above everybody else who might be in the same surge tower. It's going to be the biggest opportunity to try to jump ahead of the game, because we know once you fall down that surge, everybody's boxed up. Everybody's in their own surge towers. It's not going to be easy for you to go ahead and get the damage that you need. And even if you get that opportunity when the zone is moving away, everybody's going to have to rotate. Well, you do too.
Luckily enough, with Nitro rings in play and all this environmental mobility, these early to mid-game rotations can be a little easier. But as we have more of a southern zone this time around, we've talked about it previously, Jacob, with cactuses in play and it being sort of meta to get storm surge damage. When the zone pulls south and it pulls to a location that has a majority of these cactuses on the map, the threshold for that storm surge is generally higher than if we pull north, so players will have to prepare for that and do as much damage as possible. But the Rift Island is a great position to do that, as players will be rotating towards here to get mobility, to get recuperation of materials, or even some extra loot from capturing the flag.
I feel like for them, it's necessary. It's not just needed, it's necessary. Because if you look at their heals, if you look at the entire situation they're in, they really don't have a ton to feel confident. And another team is now third-partying onto there. It's just going to get even more and more of a dangerous situation if it's prolonged. Chari and Gears really haven't moved. There's no reason to, because you see the Rift Island just on the southeast of where their current position, which means it's going to close in. Even if it centers up, Chari and Gears should still be in a good position here in the next couple of zones.
Chari and Giras had an incredible placement in Major 1 top 10 and have made the previous two finals this chapter, but have yet to advance to the grand finals in this third major of the year. So I'm hoping they can do it here. It's a top 15 is all it takes, Jacob. It was easier in the upper bracket for top 25, but top 15 is definitely doable. It's just going to be a bit more difficult.
Roban was, I think, literally like a couple of points behind. Unfortunately, he has to go again in the lower bracket side of things. Barely missing out on that opportunity. Hey, but that sometimes is a little bit of a warm-up. You know, instead of warming up in creative, playing your build fights. Yeah, I know you probably wanted to qualify through the upper bracket side of things, but at least now the excuse of, hey, I wasn't warmed up, hey, I wasn't ready is no longer going to be there. And they've had a chance to play, and I feel like a little bit of a harder lobby, and giving themselves a shot here with that geyser to save as much of their crash pads in rotation as possible.
Zone coming to a close here, as we'll take a look at what Vidil and Reason have been up to. Trying to get shots from this far, always the safer route. As you can see, a nice 108 connection, plus another shot for the knock. They do have the cactus, so they're going to recuperate their HP and shield here without too much of an issue. For the players in zone battling it out, though, who aren't too far above Storm Surge, this is definitely going to be a situation where they have to be a lot more cautious.
Oof. Teammate gets taken down. He's still trying to run away. He can look back, land some shots on Toos and Karmi. That is a possible opportunity, and he's going to start doing just that, trying to hold him as much as possible. But you saw two teams on above that mountain just towards his east, but now he's actually going back. He's going back to try to finish the fight. He doesn't have HP to regain. Valiant effort for Mystic, but he's not going to get anything out of it. And I don't necessarily blame him. Down on Surge, no builds, no resources. It was either that or just run into the open, rotate to the next zone where it's going to be much harder to survive.
Yeah. In Fortnite, you want to have choices, and unfortunately, there was not a lot of choices there due to Storm Surge and the position they had put themselves in previously. For Karmi and his duo, though, they're feeling pretty good. The deal and Reason, we saw what they just did. It's caused them to be 371 above the threshold. We talked about how it's going to be higher this time around. I think the average for 8th zone in yesterday upper bracket was like 900 damage, a ridiculous amount when it ends up pulling south by these cactuses. So it's good that these top tier competitors have come prepared.
It's unfortunate that he actually didn't get the elimination because they missed out on grand finals in the upper bracket by 2 points. 2 points. That's not even a full elim because it's 4 points per elimination. So you got to make sure when you have those opportunities, try to clean it up. But he chose survival over everything else, which again, you can't blame or bet against, as Werix and Kurama are 146 below the damage threshold. Luckily for them, there is a team close by down the mountain. Werix instantly goes in, but he's going to get knocked down because of it. It's a little bit too overzealous trying to get the damage he needs, and now he's leaving the pressure all on his teammate to do it by himself.
The issue is Kurama can't even go for the escape route here as he is below. Flowberry, Fizz, and Colas are all the heals he has to out-tank this Storm Surge. 67 players are still up.
He does have the Cola.
Is it going to be enough, though?
That's a good question. Colas will get him shields, allow him to survive a little bit longer. Flowberry, Fizz as well. It's at 150. That's like 200 HP and shield. He's definitely limited on the amount of time that he takes, but he's just probably betting on everybody else to take each other out first.
I mean, it's a risk that he has to take in this situation. Let's hope it does end up paying off, because once he gets cracked, if he loses his shield, that's going to be a clear sign to his opponents that he's low and getting ticked by Storm Surge. It's almost like an opening for them to push him. But for low-key, going early to zone is going to be the play.
Yeah, one of the first teams there. They didn't get deep into the zone towards Brutal Beachhead where it's opened up, but they got themselves a little bit of a hill. They got themselves elevation and a chance to look back. The majority of the lobby is rotating from the north, rotating from the east, giving them great lines of sight and opportunity for Surge. And you're seeing how messy it is on the other side for the players that are forced to make that rotation. Roban, Fast Roki, even though they're above Surge, the other team might not be, which puts them in a dangerous situation. But luckily, they're just staying alive. Quick peek out towards the side. He gets the knock onto one. Back to back shots fired. And that is going to be a quick double elimination onto two different teams, and that is a big one as well because they get the medallion for it.
This is huge. All they have to do is make it to zone, but Raban's just a couple shots away from getting knocked. He does reach the ground. Builds come through. And now, with a bit of fresh air that's not going to last too long, Raban gets knocked down. Fastroki's left alone. 0 builds to work with. All he has are a couple minis and a big pot, Jacob. I don't know how you get out of this.
Yeah, but we've seen Flixie do some stuff already today in the upper bracket by himself as a solo. But Fastroki's in a much different situation. They're trying to toe tag him. He has to hide in any nook and cranny. A far pull, 0 resources, materials. Hey, but at least he has Surge, right?
At least he has Surge. He has a lot of it, to be fair. But if take a look at the minimap, bottom right, Jacob. The amount of players that are still yet to make a rotation into zone, and they're all clustered around where Fastroki and even CZB and Nathan and all these players are right now. Do you rotate early? Do you rotate late with the potential risk of getting shot at later on? It's a tough spot to be in. Especially
when we just saw Roban just get beamed out of the sky using the crash pads for his rotation. They run into another med kit along the way. One man's trash is another man's treasure. They're definitely going to use that later in the game. Win condition has been real. We've seen a few heal offs already throughout this weekend. With the pressure on the line here, with only the top 15, I feel like we're going to see a few more.
Just down to 8 below X-Squeeze now. Although they did pick up an elimination off the start, it was not enough. Floki as well needs some heals. They have 3 medkits, but you ideally want to save those for the end. Floki's been knocked down now. X-Sweets has been cracked as well. It's CZB. It's Nathan on the aggressing end.
Yeah, they're trying to really pick up the pace. We know what they're capable of. We know how great their potential is. They just got to play to their potential. Floki finally gets cleaned up. They're going to get all those resources for it, leaving X-Squeeze with little to nothing. No shields to regain. He does have the med kits, but only 83 above the damage threshold is not a feeling of safety, since you have to go through a couple more zones worth of Storm Surge with players having to eliminate each other. He's just hoping that he positions himself next to one of these teams, close enough to where they don't target him, but far enough to where CZB and Nathan are looking like a pre-edit is going to be underway here soon.
The hardest hitting zone in terms of Storm Surge is now. It's all or nothing for these players that don't have enough damage. The first moving is going to pull northeast. QB has been left alone. He's lost Hellfire. The good news is, though, he has a significant amount of damage and a good amount of HP and shield. The deal and Reason, 232 above. They're the only, well, previously, they were the only EU duo to win a game on day 1 in the upper bracket for both Major 1 and 2. And now in this third major, they have yet to qualify. It's their last chance in day 3 of the semifinals lower bracket. Literally the last 3 matches to make it to grand finals. They need to make something happen, Jacob.
So far, it's looking like smooth sailing. One zone to the next. They're looking up, spotting out all these teams flying by. And that information is important, knowing where these players are positioned at, so you know when to go ahead and try to rotate in. Others not feeling that same flexibility, only 68 above the damage threshold. So even though they're making their way to zone, they know there's an eventuality of them having to get Surge. And there's so many struggles right now from Clement. He doesn't even know where he's going. He's just going with the flow.
The bouncy house for Clement, unable to find a location that's secure. Looks like it is going to be up above, though, but once again regrouped with his duo partner. Little shake up, but the good news is both players are up. Marius, Sangild are going to be the ones with the prime elevation.
It was all part of the plan. Don't worry. It was all a part of the plan. It was to get information on the players that are hiding around. You know, they tagged those shots up. It was on purpose. Ask him yourself. Marius and Sangild. They have not only the high ground, but they're one of the closest teams to the front side of the zone. So in theory, they could do exactly this. Sit down, pitch a tent, and look back in the zone. Start to spot everybody out. They're low on Surge, so it's needed as well. And when the zone finally reaches them, they can crash pad their way to the front side and regain that high control.
They have to make use of this opportunity where all the players now are rotating towards zone. The longer they take, the more of a risk they have to get shot once they start making their way on in, especially if there's opposing duos that decide to build up ahead of zone. They're quite far behind now. They're forced to use the crash pad. Hopefully they're able to make it, as Kovacs is going to do a similar rotate.
Ooh, a little bit of a short pad. Doesn't get as much distance as he'd hope, but at least it kept him safe. Because of that roof he put on, tries to reunite with a teammate, sliding in, but he gets tagged up. But nothing Akola can't fix. But if you look above, there's all that chaos. But Cryfall's country, they're way above everybody else. They have a good amount of resources as well. But 9th zone, it might be a little too early from what we've seen this weekend.
almost everything they need, Jacob. All they have to do is keep applying pressure on the duos down below, especially second height and the ones that have that potential to try and overthrow them. But if they can connect their shots, if they can keep applying those shots from above, it could be enough to hold on.
Yeah, he's just trying to one-hit him with the hand cannon. It's the mythic one that they got from Rift Island. A couple missed opportunities there, but nobody looking up means they have so many more chances to land the shots that are needed. As Vidil, Reason just trying to heal up before they go on this next rotation. They got themselves farther enough the front side of zone so they can stagger themselves back. X-Squeeze tried to do the same thing, but without builds and without time, he goes down in game 1.
Down below is where the chaos is unfolding. Not too many players looking up at height. It's free raining from above as Kovac's now trying to get ahead of zone. His duo partner is low. They are able to group up though. Now it's all about taking shots on the players that are down in the dirt.
Down goes Marius. Gutenberg's down as well. His team's just trying to take advantage, but they cannot get any of that loot. They need it. They desperately need the loot as Hootie's just trying to run around, grab together what he can. He cannot stagger himself in the zone, so he's going to get knocked because of it. Cry falls Cantry. They get credit for that one. He spots a medkit from above, wastes no time dropping down. They know how vital these resources have been throughout the day.
Got the builds from 1 build to 16. Now, once again, out of materials. All it's going to take is a couple shots at that wooden ramp, and they'll get dropped down. Look in zone. It's Reason. Is he going to go for a play here? As down below, just 4 HP left. 1 shot needed. Can you stay up?
Now Teensy scrambling around. 1 build to protect himself. He tries to go up, but ends up going down altogether. Nobody having a chance to look back and contest the high ground, even though it's 1 ramp holding them up, but they're ready to go down for the challenge. 3 medkits in the inventory, 11 eliminations so far, even finding some extra loot and crash pads towards the outside. One of the only big and healthy duos up until that point where Cantry just takes a big shot.
Still no builds to work with. Luckily enough, his duo partner found some, even found a med kit, the potential for the heal off, but it looks like it's going to end in a 2 versus 2, height versus low.
It's all about that resources on the low ground. You can see the zone is pushing over towards some fallen players where there's even more loot there. Down because the cash bag, the disruption is in. Multiple med kits in case worse comes through as they're just bouncing around, trying not to get an easy shot. The hand cannon to the sky. It didn't even matter what happened to the other one because they just made the highlight play of the day.
Cryfall ends it with an insane shot to close it out. Looked like a bouncy house party in the late game there with the crash pads going back and forth, but the shots that needed to be connected got connected and secured them that victory royale to push them up the leaderboard.
Hey, it's not a guaranteed grand final spot just yet, but you saw the threshold in that upper bracket. It's got even tighter, so getting a big win to start the day, building that confidence, and being able to carry that momentum from one game to the next is absolutely huge. Now let's check this one out again. So many crash pads. They didn't even know what to do on the other side. Some of them going out of zone, but that was the highlight shot right there. And because of the crash pad, his opponent was just so far out of zone already.
That was a nasty shot to close it out. But look, it's not like day 1 and 2. That victory royale isn't a golden ticket to grand finals. There's 3 matches to be played out. Top 15 make it to grand finals. 2 are left. We're going to head to a quick break, and when we're back, we'll continue the action, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the final day of the semi-finals of the FNCS Major number 3. Yes, that was a mouthful, Levin. I saw you. It was just like, is she going to make it? Is she going to run out of air? But I've just about run out of oxygen now, so I'm going to take a deep breath as we break down what happened in the first of our lower bracket trifecta of competitions tonight. So Cantry and Cryfalls bounced their way to a victory royale. I mean, it was certainly a stylish take on the win in Mini Minor.
Yeah, this was really, really cool. Us three in the back, we were going crazy here for this play here at the end from Cryfalls, I think it was, with the Eagle, wasn't it, that he used there? Absolutely unbelievable play to do that. I mean, Levin, that was great. That was probably the coolest moment of the weekend so far.
I was freaking out, man. I mean, I feel like a lot of people have been sleeping on that mythic hand cannon for sure. And he put it to really good use. So he's just like, he's out of match, right? So he's like using the crash pads to just bounce it. Look at that reaction for it. Oh my God, the passion. He can't believe his mind. I couldn't believe my man. I think I reacted the same as him, honestly, jumping up and down. Okay, I didn't start jumping up and down, but I understand why he's so excited. I mean, that ending there, yeah, he's out of mats. And at that point, he's got crash pads if he's thinking, you know what, like it's harder for them to hit me if I'm just bouncing up and down. They start trying to bounce up and down on his crash pads. Big mistake, because then he goes and hits one of the wildest shots we've seen all weekend long. Big ups to Cryfalls, man.
I'm seeing in the future some kind of zero gravity mode. Maybe chapter 6 of Fortnite.
We've had that.
Fine. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm younger than you guys. Okay, I can't remember those days. It was definitely a very interesting lobby. Felt quite different to the upper bracket that we saw. Good to see Cantry and Cryfalls so go in and hot, because they did come through the lower bracket from yesterday. Let's take a look at the standings and see where our runners and riders are at. Obviously, we're curious to see where Reason and Vidil have landed, because Vidil was unfortunately taken out before the end game, but Reason pulled off a solid performance, managed to solo clutch them a pretty decent spot in the top 10, 11.
Yeah, no, Reason did really good to stay alive there. I think he started playing his med kits at a certain point, which is often the best play you can make, right? Just to get yourself some extra placement points, and it pays off for them. Again, it's like one of those things where I still want to see these guys, you know, push the boundaries even more and maybe even win one of these last 2 games. That would be nice, but Reason did good here to stretch the game out as long as he could.
Yeah, Reason was just popping off right here. It's nice to see these guys doing well, because no doubt with the vibes have gone down a little bit after the unfortunate circumstances that they've had so far this week, and they haven't really been up to scratch. So nice to see them inside of that top 15, which is of course the qualification range for these guys. Buzz as well as Clement there as well in 8th place. Solid performance from those guys. I like to see them doing well, because we haven't really spoken about this duo too often, but they have a lot of firepower within them. They have a lot of sort of good strategies that make it to these end games, and it's nice to see them doing well.
It's also interesting because actually when you look at this top 10, most of these duos are duos that have come from the lower bracket today, 11.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises there, right? I think the big thing now is obviously just not letting what's happened before these games affect sort of what you do now moving forward, right? If things have not gone to plan, if things have been a bit rough for you, you sort of got to brush that behind you and just lock in for these last 2 games.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, this is where things get real. I mean, it's not going to be easy for anyone to make it into these games. I think it is almost more consistency required out of these players, because of course it's top 15, it's not top 25, so that points threshold is going to be a little bit higher. And of course we had a south zone there as well for the first time so far today, so I think a lot of players would have been expecting more northern zones if the history was to go by, anything to go by here. But yeah, I mean, it's a good start for a lot of our teams. There's some off-spawn battles that we saw at Chrono Rayleigh that we're a little bit disappointed with. They couldn't quite make it out of their drops. So of course it gave Cantry and Cryfalls a good bridge to get up to that top spot. But Cringe and Volko as well, another team that didn't really perform in that last game, another one that we highlighted and we expected more from.
Well, we see Sangeld and Marius having a bit of a better performance than we saw in the upper bracket earlier today, so they'll be relieved to see themselves on the second page. But remember that second page, actually, the cut-off is 15, so it's a really tough competition, and all of our duos, they can't rest on their laurels even if they have made it to the end game in the previous game. They literally need to be consistent from game to game. If you look at Gunbrook, I'm so bad at pronouncing his name. Gundun, and Silly Emma was actually Forzen. Yeah, they don't make it easy for me, to be honest, but I don't make it easy for myself most of the time, boys. Is this a duo that we think can keep up this performance across the next 2 games, Levin?
Yeah, Guden and Forzen are 2 players who you would probably expect to see in a Grands. They've both been pretty decent across, you know, the past couple seasons, and even in the case of Guden, especially the past couple chapters. So, yeah, I think if they can keep up the pace, they'll be a team that's deserving for sure.
They're landing on the north side of the map as well, next to Lavish Lair. So it was a long all rotation for them. 7 eliminations is really nice as well to keep on top of that Storm Surge. So again, I don't think it's quite solidified yet for that duo. They may still need a couple of extra points, but a really strong start from those guys.
Yeah. What are we thinking about Della and F9? Because I feel like they had some highlights yesterday. It's surprising to still not see them qualified 11.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I remember at the start of the season during the qualifiers, we were sort of bigging them up because they had some really nice performances then. And, you know, I made some jokes about, look, F9, man, he's got to show people that he wasn't holding money maker back, that he is the better player from that former duo. And since then, they've sort of plateaued a little bit. But you know, they did show us signs even this weekend, right? So hopefully we can see them sort of pick things up a bit, because yeah, it'd be really nice to see those guys in Grands.
Yeah, landing.
Well, 2 more games to go. I'm so sorry to cut you off, Mini-Minded. Yeah, I was about to say, I think our players are as well. They're on board the battle bus, so let's head over to Jacob and to Carter.
Thank you so much, Frankie. You guys are ready. We're ready over here. Game 2, and this has been flying by today. And got to look and talk about how hard it's going to be. We saw some teams wait until the last game in upper bracket to qualify because it was top 25. That possibility is slim to none here today. So you got to make sure you have at least 2 big, consistent games out of the 3.
Yeah, the cutoff is going to be higher because it's now just top 15. And it's not only that, it's literally the last shot these players have to make it to the grand finals. This isn't a qualification to another upper bracket. This isn't a qualification to another lower bracket. This is literally to the grand finals. So these players have to give it everything they've got. And there's just 3 matches to do it. 1 has already been played out, Jacob. 2 more to go. Any predictions who you think might take home this match? Well, I'm gonna pause you on that because the battle bus is ready. So let's get into the second match and then you can tell me.
I actually needed that extra time. I'm gonna go ahead and say I needed that extra time. I'm looking at the map, looking at the leaderboard. It's kind of hard because it's been close so far, but hey, if anybody has a chance, I think it's gonna be Aqua and Noah. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I'll say Aqua and Noah.
I like that, but I wouldn't be mad if Prodoxy and Trip were able to do it as well. But I might have spoken too soon. Just 1 HP left as now Trip has been eliminated.
It is going to come down to a 1v1 though, so for Doxy, he has a lot of pressure on him, and he needs to start to act quick. 1 HP on this side. HiJo really wasn't able to get much out of this. He went for the building that had majority of the loot, but a lot of the barrels for Doxy kind of spotted that one out, quick to react, and he's getting the majority of the loot on this side. They did find some shields, but time is definitely ticking, and I think Fordoxy knows it, and that's where he's going to get a little bit more aggressive here.
Yeah, if I'm Prodoxy here, I'm going straight into my opponent's box. I know I have that HP and shield advantage. I might even have the loot advantage. So HiJo right now has to be a little scared and is going to have to hit some insane shots if he wants to come out on top in this engagement. First one connects, but it's not enough damage. Prodoxy continuing to apply that pressure. Shots connecting one after the other, and it's going to be enough to secure that second elimination for this duo.
That was great by Fordoxy, just constantly keeping himself moving. He knew he didn't have any of those pieces under his control. He was just baiting his opponent to peek, and that one worked so good for him. As Valko and Cringe looking like they're changing up their spot just a little bit. They want a little bit more familiarity, so they go back to Lavish, and already with a monster shot like that onto Fishy, back to back, doesn't even need the help, even though Cringe was on his way in.
Another 2 eliminations. It looks like the confidence for these duos are rising. Being the second match, they have 2 more chances to put themselves in top 15 on the leaderboard. So they might be thinking, you know, we might as well risk it a little bit in the early game. If we do end up getting those 2 eliminations, it's not only extra time to loot, not as much worry on the initial Storm Surge damage. It's just overall going to set you up for a better mid and late game, just like Reason and Vidil are going to look to do here.
Yeah, much better performance. Much more like themselves than we saw in game 1. They started this in 7th place on the leaderboard. They just need to hold on to their spots. And I like what they're doing in order to do that. They're disengaging away from Brutal Beachhead instead of just taking an all-out 50-50 where you risk everything in that one fight that's at the start of the game. They're kind of betting on their brains more so than their bronze to make sure that the longer they stay alive, the better chances that they're going to have to get that good placement.
I'm trying to think here if we're even going to see an engagement from Brutal Beachhead. I mentioned it before, but I'm surprised to even see Reason and Vidil here. Previously the only EU duo to win a game on both day 1, well, in Major 1 and 2 in the upper bracket day 1. And having gotten those victory royales so early on, now having gone through 3 days of semifinals and an upper bracket to be here in this last chance and having yet to qualify is a bit surprising, but I think they're going to do it, Jacob. I got faith. I got faith.
Definitely do too. And just like you have that new POI, Shipwreck Shallows, there's this new pirate ship over here towards the outside. And next to one of those caves that you know where there is a very tight squeeze to get in. Porter potty to get out on the other side, but that's where you see just a lot of danger if you feel like it's free. You feel the confidence to move in. That's where T-Chips is hiding. He's probably just waiting for them to move over in this direction. And if he has those pieces pre-edited in there, they won't even be able to protect themselves.
Taking a look now. Another popular early game fight here. Emil and Guden looking to see if they can clean this one up. Shots are going to come through. Nitro directly into Emil's box, but he's not done cooking. All he has to do is hit one big shot. Cola's going to be popped, the regroup, and the fight continues.
Mystic really just ran in the box right out on the other side. If he would have just landed that shot you're talking about, it would have been game over. Different story, but it's going to continue as a 2v2. You can see Maxi on the other side along with Mystic just trying to close out the angles. Before Zen and Gudenbred, they just built themselves so much space on the other time. It basically resets the fight, and you see what that's doing to them. They're reassessing the situation. They're wondering, is it even worth it at this point?
Yeah, it might just be more worth it to continue with their loot path, re-farm up the materials that they lost from this engagement. It's not like they need much loot. Maybe just a bit of ammunition is what they could use, but the fight has been done. The damage has been dealt. And now they're going to continue with the rest of the mid game.
And just put themselves in a decent spot because they're elevated and they have multiple teams around them. But they don't have a lot of resources, HP heals that if they trade shots like you normally would on the south side of the map, like we're seeing some of these teams do throughout the weekend, it's not going to be as beneficial for you because when you finally do make it into the zone or make it into the situation, you're going to have very little heals and resources for you to actually use to push yourself that much further into those placement points.
I'm wondering here if we're going to see another Southern Zone getting memories to day 1 of semifinals. We saw how it's affected a lot of these lobbies. I see Giraz and Cherry as well in a great position to get tags. Exwiz and Floki have been enjoying their early game engagements as they're kind of playing a bit sneaky here to see if they can potentially find an opening for maybe another quick elimination.
There's a lot of teams over here towards Sandy Steps, and throughout the day we have been seeing more and more teams move over in this direction. As I think I saw Vidil and Reason both go down in the feed. Ask and begs a bunch of questions because they were looking A-okay at Brutal Beachhead, but Karama and Werex, this is one of those fights where I've seen him in this position and you have to be careful for the buildings. I'm actually a little scared for the buildings around Sandy Steps with half of those broken walls. You can't really build to protect yourself. And now they're pushing on over to Werex, where that's one of those houses I'm talking about.
That was a potential to take some shots. Issue is SMG shotgun is all that's in Exwiz' inventory. His duo partner, I see, has an SMG in hand as well. So they didn't think it was worth it to take the shot then, but that might have been the only option they're going to get, as now Kurama and his duo are slowly moving out of the POI.
It's just with the zone moving over in this direction, really nowhere for anybody else to go, so they can keep putting pressure on just like this. Floki clears the tunnel on one side. Exwiz is going ahead and taking the risk to go on the other, but Robon now appears, making a much riskier fight. 3 teams now looking to battle it out, and Exwiz and Floki, they took the memo. They said, hey, we're going to back up, make it a little safer, but as soon as they know that Robon is disengaging on out, choosing another direction, he goes right back in, but it might have been just a fake out.
This is the situation where you kind of have a couple options. If you see that a duo is starting off an engagement First of all, if they know there's another duo close by, normally you're not going to want to take that fight because you know you're almost guaranteed to get third party. You'd have to finish it incredibly quickly, which is probably why Raban decided against it.
Especially, I would think they would be the ones at least trying to go for the forecast tower. If it even did spawn over here, you see Fast Roki already based up during one launch pad. Raban backing up to make it a little bit safer. Hellfire and QB over towards the Nitro Drone. I wonder if they have the 3 cactus. No, there's a whole nother team at the 3 cactus.
Imagine.
they have 1 cactus under them, but the team in the mini map that you see is just a little bit farther away on the north. There's a 3 cactus down there next to a building, and they more than likely have claimed that for themselves. That's 90 HP and shields.
Once again, gonna need a lot of damage, especially for that 7th and 8th zone. Let's take a look kind of what happened with Splash and his duo here by the Reckless Railways. Once again, a location that's being triple contested in this lower bracket.
It's just that's like the one downfall of the crash pads. The one downfall. Great rotation item. You could take high ground. It's almost like a jack of all trades type item, except when you're slowly floating through the sky, low HP, or even in the end game of the moving zones where you just go 0 to 100 real quick. Your shield's HP is just gone like a magic act.
I mean, yeah, you're playing against the best of the best in the region. They're gonna hit their shots, so especially if you're in the open or you get cracked, eyes are gonna be on you, and you'll have to be careful of where you kind of use those crash pads. But looks like Splash now is feeling quite comfortable after those eliminations, just kind of focused a bit more on their rotation. They do have a Nitro ring if they want to use it, but being already basically in the zone, they don't have to take any risks. For Doxy, on the other hand, they did get 2 eliminations right off the start, and it looks like even another one here potentially. Let's take a look at this replay.
Roxy's still by himself. Never had a chance just yet to get his teammate back up. It's just going to be a solo elimination. You see the extra bandages, probably a med kit in the inventory, just trying to buy himself time. On the other side, they do see the med kit out. That could be a good opportunity for Fordexy to catch him off guard, cancel the med kit. Even if he dashes back out, he at least knows his opponent's not going to be full HP, but maybe he's just trying to hide his location and land the first couple shots. It is going to be a gatekeeper, especially if it does have the drum mag.
I was gonna say, was that the same place that Fordoxy eliminated the opponent's duo here? Has he not learned? Yeah, he knows. He knows. Does he know, though? Does he know?
Yeah, I think so. Just grab the card, get out. Even if he doesn't know exactly where Fordoxy's at, it is the safer play instead of just searching for the solos. You don't want to use all your heals in this situation, but Fordoxy knows exactly where you're going to go. You grab that reboot card, there's one place in mind. That's the reboot van with the crash pad. He is missing a huge chunk of HP here in this situation, but at least he gets the cancel before he starts the medkit.
Medkit's now popped. The question is, yeah, the reboot is going to continue. If Fordoxy doesn't cancel this medkit, I don't know if he's going to have time to stop it. As right now the clock's ticking, second by second, the reboot has been stopped, and the engagement continues.
He only has one med kit left, and he has to pick and choose the perfect time to use it. As Fordoxy still trying to nitro into the box, getting it weak first before he runs in and tries to stagger him with the bash. And he's making sure to go over his head, cut off a lot of the pass, and that's something that we've seen with the reset coming through, but the first shot's gonna land. Shield's gone just like that. Fordoxy second-guessing the situation and even trying to disengage out altogether, and I think that's gonna be a double disengage. They realize there's no winning this fight, even if you do get the elimination, so I think they made the best choice for themselves.
Double disengagement. One player gonna try and reboot there by Mount Olympus, and Fordoxy, I wonder where he's going to try and reboot. Issue is they are quite far from the zone. There's going to be players boxed up already looking back at the edge. So we'll see if they're able to make it. Only time will tell. For now, Giraz and Cherry continuing to try and get those tags from afar.
Business as usual. They have the bunker underneath. And it's just about to... I was going to say just about to open, but it's already been open. They've already looted that one out. And you can see that allows them to not only upgrade their loot because of what's under there, but if they don't even find and they just have a green DMR, which you see it is going to be a purple, that's allowing them to add the attachments, add the scopes, lower the recoil, anything that they have as long as they have the gold.
34 points for Nathan and CZB. I'm trying to do my calculations. Being one of the most consistent duos at the start of these semifinals, I'm hoping they can continue. 34 a game should be enough. Barely.
Wow.
But then just one slip up. You like that little nitro throw?
Just hope they have Surge, because I feel like they're not going to see anybody for a good 2, maybe 3 minutes as they rotate on out. That's going to be the biggest question and the biggest thorn in their side, because you saw how far they have to rotate. So it's not going to be easy for CZB and Nathan to really pick themselves up and get back into this game. As you see in the feed, for Doxy finally goes down. No trip run in sight, because we saw that he dropped out of the gate, so they're really stuck with 1 game left.
Remember, Frankie was asking about it. For Della, what have they been up to? Well, right now they're on the Rift Island. Looks like they're the only duo currently on top, looking to claim this flag or get a bit of extra loot. How much damage do they need though? 202 above. They should be comfortable for now, but this is a good position. You have a lot of kind of line of sight on a lot of the duos that are going to be rotating in the surrounding area. So if they want to get some tags, they can even recuperate a lot of the materials. I like the position they're in right now, Jacob. I see potential for a pretty solid match.
Yeah, especially since, you know, they're coming off of a game that can build momentum on. Around, I believe, 36 points starting in 14th place to start this game. So they already have a good trajectory going. They're building that confidence, building momentum one game after the next. I expect them to make it to the grand finals, but with it being top 15, this is probably the hardest it's going to get for any players trying to make that finals.
Not only that, it's literally the last chance. That's going to have a bit of a mental toll on a lot of these players, especially the ones that have been competing since the start. A lot of competition, and this is the last chance. As in the feed, Della has gone down.
Uh-oh.
They were looking so healthy, Jacob. What went wrong? It's happened with Reason Vidil. It's happened with Della.
Yeah, a lot of teams just like to contest the Rift Island, especially I think later on in the games 2, games 3, it's going to become much more of a focal point, not just for the loot, because of the surge you're able to get and the possible fights up there are going to be isolated from the rest of the island.
Dirty now looking to see if he can close something out here. 147 below, does not want to take it slow, going straight for the box fight here. Needs to hit a big shot. Pickaxes come through, but no big shot has been connected yet. A lot of duos now changing their focus to this side. One knock has been made. It's on his duo partner. Jurdy has to be careful here.
Yeah, he's 216 below the damage threshold. 191 still counting. Not too many opportunities that are safe. So much destruction. Even gets passed out of the box, but it lands a shot just good enough, and Storm Surge turns off. But again, at least he knows where he stands when it comes to that Storm Surge. And now with his own pulling away, Jurdy has a little bit of a chance, as long as all these teams leave quicker sooner than later, to try to get his teammate back up into the game.
Just made it out, but for how long? The duo partner, well, the duo that's on the opposing end of Jurdy here know that he's a solo, as they did take out his teammate. So maybe lucky for him, they are above on Surge, and they might not want to risk taking a fight against the solo, especially being so far away from the zone. So they are going to use the flow barrier crash pad rotate, make it back in. But for Jurdy, it's going to be a rough one, having to rotate now as a solo.
Yeah, you essentially got to use that same crash pad, follow them in. And there goes Jurdy just being a nuisance. You know he's down on Surge. When the next zone pops, he's going to have to deal with it. So you might as well try to be as much proactive as you can. 175. He's trying to find as many cactuses. The water heals a little bit down below. Very, very slowly, but at least it's something that Jurdy could try to use to stay alive.
Oh.
But he finally gets spotted out. Over. Kolb, they were following him the whole time. They were trying to cut off his path. Just because he passed them means absolutely nothing to them.
This is tragic for Marius and Sangilk. They're one of the only 2 duos in this current lobby that have made both the previous majors finals. And they are still looking to do it once again. They even got 4th place in Major 1 up against Gooden and Email. 380 above.
It's just one of those tough spots. It doesn't matter how well you are doing on Surge. If a team near you is low on Surge, it's honestly the safest thing for them to do is try to box fight instead of trying to go for the Surge tags in the distance, which obviously they're down on Surge because they weren't able to land many. Forzen just taking a couple shots, looking towards the outside. There's 2 teams down on Surge. Fanayan's gonna go down. Werix loses his teammate, 10 HP, 198 above the damage threshold. There's a little bit of flexibility for him as he lands a good shot onto Sandguild, and now he's just trying to get out. He did enough. He's above Surge. Now he's just trying to disengage and survive as a solo, but they said, nah, you're not going anywhere.
There's just too many players around them. You even have CZB and Nathan not too far ahead. Duo's on the mountains taking shots. Eyes are on these players that have yet to rotate on in. And with such a ways to go, they're going to have to plan this out strategically.
Luckily for them, if they just quickly move towards the north side of the map, yeah, they might take some damage from the zone just a little bit, but there's very few people on that far west side overall. Sandguild's now stuck by himself. He did find some nitro splashes, which are going to be very, very fruitful, but he might need the crash pad play here very, very soon. 30 below the threshold, quickly falling. Not only is this going to be the best option he has for his rotation, but it might be the best option he has to sneak up on any of these teams.
I saw so many duos in the surrounding area, though. I hope they don't see him yet. But Sandguild, it's all or nothing. He knows he's below. All he needs to connect is one shotgun shot on this duo ahead of him. The tiny little box fight could be enough, but the issue is he has 9 builds. If focus goes onto Sandguild, he does not have enough builds to withstand the pressure.
Yeah, you see Forzen, Gudenbra, and then Ricky on the other side with this duo Yo-Yo. There are 2 teams that have to watch out, and they slowed down the fight, which means all the focus is turning around onto Sandguild. A worst nightmare has now become a reality as he's forced out of zone, runs out of builds. Even HiGround is joining in on that fight. I feel bad for him, but for Gudenbrand and Forzen, they got to be feeling good. They're able to get the loot, but if you look at what they grabbed, it was barely anything for as much trouble as they went through up until this point.
Yeah, there was only so much you can do, and now with the pressure on them, they've just got to kind of hold out and pray, but with Guden having gone down, now both of them are going to be sent to the lobby with just one more shot in the last match of the day to make something happen.
And with 26 players, one team needs to go down before placement points have start to set in. Look at this, everybody just stacked up on this mountaintop. There's a launch pad you can use as long as it's not covered, or you could just try to crash pad off the edge. It might be a little safer. Either way, you're gonna see a good portion of the lobby just flying through the sky, trying to get their spot, even recycling as many of these launch pads as possible. So that way they can use theirs when they need it most to close that final distance before they're safe in the zone.
Making it into zone. It's a risky position, though. There's so many boxes, they're not even sure which ones are occupied, which ones aren't. How many more duos might potentially land on them? Panzer, though, looking quite nice on top of the mountain. Lucia and Wheat as well, just 90 above, but with the position they have, hopefully here, they should have a couple options of players rotating in, although there's only 20 seconds left for the zone to close here and 8th zone to appear.
Yeah, luckily there's not too many players that do need to fall before Storm Surge. It's just no longer a thing here in this zone, but obviously we'll turn on in the next, so gotta make sure you stay proactive throughout it all. As Panzer, Altinzi, they find themselves elevated way up above the rest, but in comes the crash pad, Voco, Cringe. They try to take advantage of the isolation that they have here. But they said, hey, we got enough. We don't need to risk this fight. We're elevated. We have high ground so that we can just go ahead and tag anybody trying to rotate, and then now we can rotate with the farthest distance ourselves.
I mean, that was their main focus, but it looks like Panzer might want to stop them as they've chosen to get ahead of zone, but they're not going to use all the builds it would take to build up on all these players now that are going to crash pad in. Will be landing on top of them, building structures, so it's incredibly risky to even open up your edits there. For Cringe and Volko, though, opportunity is what these players have now to do damage. Look at their line of sight. Basically every duo in the lobby they can see.
Just unfortunately, you have such a great position in the lobby, but then you have a Harbinger SMG. It's not even a Thunderbird. So you're getting damage here in this situation with how good their position isn't going to be as easy as it seems. It's mainly going to rely on Volko and these Thunderbird shots, and at least they're landing some, but they quickly fall and further on that threshold line, but at least they're above, and now with the crash pad, they're going to get a chance to fly through, try to tag up some players, or maybe just land on one altogether.
Looks good so far. Kira's Chari as well landing. Both duos actually going to land beside each other. Kolb as well, you can see doing a sneaky little rotate, but for Hellfire and QB, they're looking for damage on this rotate. And once the zone already closes, you won't have as many chances to take those shots, so you got to maximize your opportunity right now.
And truly just trying to get over that building on the tail edge, runs into another duo. Luckily, they're starting to rotate, but at any moment, they can look back. Hellfire and QB are just making it harder and harder for him to survive. But now it's their turn. Start to plan their rotate. That's why peeking through the cone for the information is absolutely vital. Do you take a Crash Pad, Flowberry Fizz, Nitro, or do you just kind of go it alone?
It's a difficult decision. Sometimes it really depends on what's happening in your surroundings. For Lucia and Wheat, 15 builds, only 1 med kit, no shields, and I don't even see any mobility in both players' inventory. They find a bit of loot, but was it a trick? Dropped down to 65 HP and now forced to rotate.
I can tell you, it ain't Halloween, so it wasn't a treat, that's for sure. And it's just getting worse and worse as they continue to try to rotate in. 20 HP, they do have the med kit to get it back, but they still need to get into the zone where they feel safe to do so. They're just hoping right now they can stagger themselves back long enough, let the zone catch up, but it's not going to be easy for anybody to try to survive, especially with little resources that they do have. And even though Volko and Cringe have had the high ground for zone after zone, this is the moment here where a lot of those contestations will begin to set in.
The whole end game, Volko and Cringe have been holding on to it. All these moving zones. The issue is you see them now looking ahead. They want to connect to these structures that are in front of them, but will they tank enough zone? Nathan CZB and a bit more pressure down below. They have to be careful to not put themselves in a risky situation.
Man, they're playing more like themselves, though. The consistent game we know they can have. Elevating themselves, knowing we're going up that mountainside before we land at the top of the hill. They want to go early. We want to be one of the first teams there. They don't want to wait and get staggered behind, but at the cost is going to be a lot of their materials. So when they make it up that mountain, they're going to have half of when they started.
A blessing or a curse for Cringe and Volko. This is the best zone they could have asked for, being on height, as all these players down below now are going to use almost all their materials just to make it up this hill. And if zone ends up pulling far again, they're going to have basically nothing down below. This is where Volko and Cringe have to continue applying pressure to those duos that are second height. They get chopped down. Is the retake going to come through? I don't think it is.
Yeah, nobody really has enough to challenge them. It's a roller coaster of emotions and a lot of those builds being expended. But Monier said, yo, you forgot about us. We were the ones that chopped you down originally. And it goes to fruition yet again. I'm not sure how many builds are going to be used to try to hold on to it. And that's absolutely none. Volko, Cringe, they have to give it up as Lunex and Monet, they take away and steal the high ground.
No builds left, but they're on height now. Can they maintain it is the big question, as Giraz and Chari as well. Just 5 builds after having split mats with his duo partner. They need an impact frag. They have to play aggressive after these medkits.
They can stagger themselves up above. The zone is moving far down below that mountain, even in the river, where you can jump down. And if nobody blocked it, you can go ahead and save yourself with the Great Fall. LTZ Pansy are trying to go through a notice. They don't have builds. They can't protect themselves, which is causing a lot of chaos and commotion to go down. They get credit, I think, for almost 1 elimination, but he's able to escape. I'm not sure if they're able to get the loot that Volko had, but now he's by himself. Pansier tries to dip a toe into the zone. He gets none of those builds, those siphon mats, but there is opportunity after opportunity in front of him.
Another bouncy house down below as Panzer's now left alone. It's going to be Finn and Kentic who have overthrown height. Can they finish it off? There's just 4 players left, 2 duos.
Well, everybody was distracted using their builds going up the mountain. They were waiting. They were peeking through the cone. They spotted that perfect moment, and they got the green light to go. But HiJo, Speed, they're down below on the low ground. They have so many builds. They can claim so much space. It's not going to be an easy win for the high ground, and that's why they're feeling the confidence. Great shot yet again, backing down their opponents, building up that momentum here for a great finish.
A 2 versus 2 to a first class seat to the grand finals. Everything is on the line for these duos. Mini is popped. Skavi looking to connect the shot, but he just cannot land it. Now he does. That's 1. Can he get the second? Yes, he can. HiJo and Skavi are going to finish it off strong, securing the win.
3, 4, maybe even 5 different high ground switches throughout the game. They expended so many mats just to get up that mountain. Finn and Kentic, I feel like they were just recycling, using the mantle, picking up the refreshes because they were so healthy when it came to those materials, and that's what gives the confidence.
I'm not even sure how they picked them up because that rotate that they had to do to get there over the ridge caused so many duos to just run out of mats, run out of heals. You saw the bouncy house that ended up happening right before these last moments, but the players that were able to retake high with a good amount of materials were finally able to close it off.
That was almost scary there for a moment. V had to reload, which gave a 1v1 opportunity on the other side, but they were ready. As soon as they got that high ground, everything came crashing down. They knew it was theirs in the bag, even with the 1v2 mismatch. But with 2 games done and over, we got the important game number 3 coming up. But before we get there, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. See you on the other side.
Welcome back to FNCS, and we've just got one more game before we conclude the semi-finals. But so much action has gone down today that I feel very fortunate that I have Levin, 2K, and Mini Miner to talk us through it. It was a lovely 2v2. Yeah. The honour is all mine, Levin. A fantastic 2v2 between Scree and Chidino and Fortnite and Kentic. In the final moments of what must have been such a high-pressure final zone, Mini Miner, because they had to move mountains to get the victory royale.
Mountains were in play. We had the crash pads in play. It almost gave me a little bit of a reminder of the last endgame as well with all those crash pads. No mythic hand cannon, no scope this time, though, of course. But it was a nice little end game for these guys. They took height at the right moment. We saw so many different teams that were actually ending up trying to take height earlier on. I know Cringe and Volker were trying to hold it for a while. They then lost it. Skivvy and Chino, they had the perfect opportunity to take it. And it's nice to see for Skivvy as well. well, Evan, because of course he used to play with Haris, and they were a really good duo, but of course ended up splitting.
Yeah, no, that was a great example of what it'd be like if you like got a stacked solo zero build game or like a duo zero build game and chucked in a team of mats. Like, how would they do? Because it was like they were the only team in mats towards the end there. And yeah, like you said, it's a bit of like a nice little dunk for Skivvy, because obviously he was playing with Haris. They got a bunch of hype. They split up. Haris kept getting a bunch of hype because he's been phenomenal this season, but unfortunately didn't make it to Grands. Him and HiJo dropped out of FNCS. Skivvy's made it through now, so do you know what I mean? He's going to be looking like, yo, like, I'm here, guys. What we saying now, you know? So I like that for him.
Should we take a look at our second place duo as well? Finnick and Kentic. They really nearly clutched the win there. And that, I say clutched it, I mean, it was a 2v2 situation, mini minor. But another impressive performance from them.
Yeah, they'll be happy, no doubt. I'm sure they'll be in just about enough points for the qualification. And I know they're, of course, winning off spawn at the moment as well against Reason Deal. Look at that reaction. That's what it means to Kentic and Finnick as well. I mean, you can see they're just like, please be enough. I hope that's enough to qualify us through. And you can just tell the passion that they have is unreal. As I mentioned, contesting Reason of a Deal, taking them out in that last game as well. So they've got to be on top of the world right now. Hopefully it's enough to qualify. We'll find out on the leaderboards very shortly.
I wonder if these guys make it to global, so they bring the lucky pajama pants with them to wear on stage. That's all I want to know. But also, actually, no, it's not all I want to know. What I want to know is what the standings look like after those two games. Just one more to go. We can see who's pretty much guaranteed a spot and who really needs to have a fantastic performance to hold on to their top 15 position. So you can see after that performance, Chino and Ski, they're looking really comfortable now. But as we move down, actually, boys, I wanted to draw your attention to Nathan and CZB, but also Giras and Chari. Giras and Chari had a bit of a tough weekend, but they seem to be finding their footing now, Levin.
Yeah, it would be a weird grand finals without Giras and Chari, because they are just always that team that is there, you know. They're always in grands every season. Giras just, you know, waltzes his way in, and so, you know, they're a team that I think is worthy of being there. Of course, it's not been the most impressive of runs for them so far this season, but certainly not their worst. So it's nice to see them sort of doing well there towards the end and making a big final push.
Yeah, you can tell he's been in a lot of grand finals just by that reaction, right? That's like, yeah, another one to add to the books right there. Slightly different reaction that we've seen before, but 100 points, yeah, should be just about enough. I think 96 points currently is the estimate for that top 15, which all these teams are looking to get into. So yeah, nice to see those guys doing well. Take the pressure off a little bit of that last game. No doubt they'll still want to do well though, of course, because they want that extra practice going into grands.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the second page, because as I've already mentioned, Nathan and CZB, they've had a difficult weekend, but hopefully they can pull off a stonking performance, stay in the top 15 as we head into that third game. But also look at 16th and 17th, Cringe and Volko, Vidil and Reason. There's potential heartbreak on the cards for both of these duos. I mean, Vidil and Reason, it still blows my mind actually that they're not in the top 15, but that second game, it really didn't go their way, mini minor.
No, it really didn't at all. As I mentioned just now, going down on spawn 45th. I mean, it's not looking good for them. Of course, they are still contested, so they might have a bit of a rough game last game. Remember, I said that in the upper bracket as well earlier on about HiJo. They ended up winning the last game, so maybe that could be what they're trying to replicate here. Another one as well, Cringe and Volko, as you mentioned, they actually switched up the drops that game. They went back towards Lavish Lair. They went back to what they know best, and it seemed to work out. Nice 5 eliminations, 6th place for them. The job's, of course, not done, though. They still need to make it into that top 15. So, big question. Will they still go to Lavish? Will they switch things up? My bet's on going to Lavish, I'm sure.
We managed to see Lunex and Monet pulling off one heck of a performance in that second game. They went up 20 places, really challenging aggressively in the end game, Levin.
Yeah, we saw them looking up for height quite a bit, and they ended up to being able to take it, but then getting chopped out, right? And they didn't have much mats to be able to really hold on for the most part. But yeah, I mean, again, it showed great intent for them to be aggressive in looking for it, right? They understood how big of a task it was going to be to get a lot of points that game, and they really did well to get as much as they did. So yeah, nice from Lunex and Moan.
Yeah, just like the other teams, the job's not done yet. They're outside of that top 15, so they need to take that momentum into this next game. They need to take that confidence, and hopefully they'll be able to find a decent enough end game here, because that's all they need, just a solid end game, and they'll make themselves in that top 15. But of course, only 15 teams can make it in.
Yeah, just a quick check-in also. Noah and Aqua, they're currently sitting at number 46 on the leaderboard. Unfortunately, things are just not going their way down at Redline Rig. who knows, maybe they will win the battle when it matters most, but trying to get to the top of things now, it's not impossible, but it is a little bit of a pipe dream. Let's just set the stakes though. So, one more game, 15 spots on the line in the grand finals next weekend. Now, we do have a duo that has already qualified for Fort Worth in Vidil and Reason. But for the rest of these duos, if they do not make it into that top 15, Levin, what does it mean?
FNCS done. No globals for you.
I mean, I couldn't have put it more succinctly than that. So we're going to head over to Jacob and to Carter for the game that means everything to the duos currently boarding the battle bus.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, Jacob, I'm nervous. I'm nervous and I'm not even competing right now. Frankie put it perfectly. This is the last chance, literally the last opportunity to not only make it to the grand finals, but also have that shot at making the global championship. The battle bus is ready. Let's get into the last match of the semifinals.
The final countdown and the final shot some of these teams have to keep their season alive. Today, we started with 85 competitors still in the run for an FNCS championship. After today, it narrows down to just 50 on the region of EU. Some players, Takata, are left where they have to win with a certain number of eliminations to get into that top 15.
And this is one of the duos, Jacob, Reason and Vidil, currently in 17th place outside of the qualifying threshold. They have 56 points. The estimate is around 96 points. They need to have a good game here.
Yeah, at least 40 points. If they go down before top 25, just to put that in perspective, that's 10 eliminations, 4 points per. Obviously, less eliminations at each and every one of those placements that you're able to gather. HiJo and Kerwa tripping in for Doxy, a fight that we saw start off in that last game. Even though for Doxy won, he wasn't a true winner because he was in shambles from there on out until when he fortunately had went down. They have 12 points right now. They need at least an 84-point game here today.
A big game. A big game is what they need, but it's all going to start with this off-spawn engagement. They need these eliminations to set themselves up for the mid game and continue strong towards the late game, and that knock is a great start. One more shot needed to connect for Doxy and Trip now. 2 quick eliminations. That's already 8 more points.
That's a much better start now that Trippin is still up. They're both in the game. That strength in numbers is huge because we did see Fordoxy actually make it decently far as a solo. Unfortunately, he was having to go after player, stop reboot vans until he was fortunately caught off guard. I see a lot of activity here early on in this game. Even Noah and Aqua winning a good fight against our #1 game winners of the day, but Sanghill just separated outside by himself.
Oh, no.
He gets dropped. Luckily for him, Marius is still alive, and he's separated from this fight to try to get a chance at Sanguild's reboot card.
This is not good for Marius and Sanguild, though. They're in 24th place with 46 points. They got 4th place in the grand finals of Major 1. They're one of the only 2 duos that have made both of the previous major finals, and they have yet to qualify. Sanguild, having been eliminated, now leaves Marius alone. He has to wait this out and see if he can pick up the reboot card later on.
Yeah, just 50 points is all he needs in this game. Around 50 points, it is just an estimate. Obviously, if a lot of the players underneath that bubble start to play well, then we can kind of see that gap start to extend. But until then, at least they have a goal to go after.
There's so many big duos that have yet to make it. Marius, Sanguild, Aqua, Noah, Reason, Vidil. All these players are outside of the threshold. And this is literally the last chance they have.
Looking around the lobby, you see the forecast tower there in the distance. It's the one, I believe, north of Restored Reels. So another little bit of a change up here. I think that's might be one of the least spawned forecast towers too, so for somebody here in this game, they're going to get an opportunity with the forecast tower, which obviously with the forecast tower, you always see the next zone ahead of time so you could plan accordingly. And even though it's what, like 3 minutes between when one zone starts to close and the other one is ready, that's a lot of time in Fortnite.
Yeah, I think it only has a 20% spawn rate, so you're not going to be getting it every game for sure. As we have Another engagement here, Reckless Railways, the triple contested POI currently of this lower bracket.
Only 4 points so far. It's one of those teams, they need a certain amount of eliminations with a win. So it's not going to be the easiest thing, but it could start here. Once you need those eliminations, being contested might not be so bad if you have a clear-cut win condition, but the fight breaks on without him. Wheat is just too far separated. Lusha can't break the walls in time to close the distance. So his teammate's going to go down, and he's forced to disengage, play a little bit of this game out as a solo before he tries to return back on over to Reckless and get the card.
That's rough. He doesn't even have the reboot card. There's 2 duos there still in Reckless, so who knows when he'll get an opportunity to pick it up. Then he's going to have to find a reboot van that's further away, because you know those duos aren't going to move from there. He can almost hope that the zone closes on the opposite side of the map from Reckless, so then it's going to force his opponents to kind of rotate away and give him that chance to pick up his teammate. But for Hellfire and QB, luckily enough, both players are still standing, even connecting some shots here to do that damage for Storm Surge.
And already they got that basically almost the pick of the litter when it comes to the cactuses around that side of the map, as Fast Strokey finally gets finished off, taken down. And since it wasn't a knock, it was a full elimination. We know him and Roban are out of this game completely. 33rd place, too.
Trying to see here. Yeah, Kentic is going to try and group up with Finn. Reason still up above, trying to just take shots, do a bit of damage. Vidil in a different angle. I think they might even get aggressive here, Jacob.
Let's say they can. They do have the high ground. They crash pad their way on over. We can see how Fast Strokey, once you're getting charged through the Nitro, yeah, you can build to protect yourself, but you don't expect somebody coming. You're not really going to waste what little builds you have. They chase him down all the way to the reboot.
Love to see how that ended up. As right now, looks like a 1 versus 1. First shot's going to connect the 2-piece. Twee goes down. And even with a bit of time to pick up his duo partner now, 3 eliminations to start this off. That's huge.
Yeah. That's how you got to start to get things going one way or another in these games, even if it's like slowly, step by step. That's how you learn to walk, just 1 foot in front of the other. Because if you don't get that certain amount of eliminations, it doesn't matter if you win the game or not. You're not going to be able to make up that point gap. Monet and Lunex, one of the teams that we saw late in that last game, at least make a challenge for that high ground. Unfortunately, they really weren't able to take advantage of it after the fact. And they find themselves already in a tough spot here, just outside of Classy Courts, where Clement and Buzz have switched up their drop spot a little bit. But they still find themselves in almost the same situation, stuck with a fight down below, a lot of space between them and the high ground, where you have to make the decision, do you kind of prolong and stagger yourself, waste a lot of time, or just kind of disengage and continue on?
Not even in zone. I mean, a majority of the north side of the map isn't contested either. It's a lot of duos that have a free drop spot, so it's not like you're going to find a lot of potential for third parties early on. But now in this mid-game section, it's going to be those duos looking to get that damage, as if they're not contested up north, then they're going to have to find their damage during their rotation. Noah and Aqua. Aqua being a 2-time FNCS champion, having only made 1 FNCS finals since the start of Chapter 4. I'm hoping to see him break that curse and make another one yet again today, but what it's going to take, Jacob, is a really big match.
Yeah, 84 points total, 65 for the win, which means you got to sprinkle at least 5 eliminations in there on top of that. And if you don't get the win, that's just more and more eliminations you do got to pick up with each and every placing. Outside of that first place is Foco and Cringe. We saw them switch up their drop spot back on over to Lavish Layer. It's netted them some decent results in that last game, but with only 1 game left, they're already breaking down in a big fight. That luckily for them, that team's just going to try to disengage on out. But they have to be careful. They actually didn't run all the way away. They're just all the way at the bottom, giving them maybe a chop opportunity.
Uh-oh. What has gone wrong with Trip and for Doxy, though? Astillion now seems to have secured a knock, but will they continue forwards with it?
There's another situation. It feels like them getting cash off guard. And maybe even biting off more than they could chew for Amos and Stiando. That's a good amount of loot. They have the 3 med kits, the colas, full nitro splashes. almost max mats as well. They have so much loot, they have the choice of what to leave behind.
2 picks close by. Kovacs up above. But I don't think with any danger of kind of playing aggressive towards these duos, southern or below them. You can see what Reason and Vidil have done all the way from Brutal now. Gonna use one of the Nitro rings to kind of propel themselves into the zone.
Far past the Nitro drone. They're not just trying to box up on a cactus. They're more concerned about positioning here, because they know with the zone pulling farther and farther north, that opportunity that we keep talking about when the south zone comes, the damage threshold's higher. In theory, it shouldn't be as high in this game now that it's going north. It's pulling towards the west. Less and less cactuses are going to be in play. So if they set themselves up with a good spot here very, very early on, with all those teams forced to rotate in from the east, from the south, they might not necessarily need the cactus strat this game.
If you're confused about what that cactus strat is, huge rotate. There are these cactuses that are mainly in the southern side of the map that you can kind of pickaxe and they'll give you a bit of shield, and they do regenerate infinitely. So you have players make these kind of surge bases on top of them where they can take shots, and even if they receive damage, they can just go hit the cactus, recuperate that shield, and continue doing damage. But that's caused the Storm Surge threshold to be so high when the zone pulls south that it's quite difficult for players who haven't really made use of those cactuses. But now seeing that the zone's going to pull north, in theory, the threshold shouldn't be as high, but being a semifinals match, it's going to be high either way. Giraz and Chari, though, accustomed to doing more than enough damage already with 2 eliminations.
Wow. And that was a great decision, Garrus. Before we went up for that spot, he was just out. He just put the thermal scope onto his gun. I don't know what he had in there instead. Was it a 4X? Was it maybe just a red dot? But you can obviously see some of these teams and players, individuals, favoring certain attachments over others. Gives them a much better line of sight. Even though it's not as far, it's just the thermal possibility. You can see a couple players through builds and whatnot.
I'm looking more at the zone though, Jacob. This is a location that has a lot of cactuses that's still in zone, so we might have spoken a bit too soon.
Just on the edge. I think there's about maybe like 8 cactuses.
Hey, that makes a difference. That makes a difference. XW's Floki have been playing these early games very well. Always at least securing an elimination or a bit of damage. We can see they have 52 points, so they aren't too far from that estimated cutoff of top 15, which is the last 15 spots to the grand finals. But they still need to get to the end game and have a decent match.
Yeah, and they're kind of taking the strategy, running with it here. Even though they were contesting even down low, that kind of split drop towards the outside, sometimes they would land up here, get these chests, launch pad off, and then kind of start the fight with a weapon. From there on out, you can kind of see the forecast tower, part of their game plan. And hopefully with back-to-back forecast towers, they'll be able to earn just enough points to get inside of that top 15 threshold. For them, it's much easier than others, just about 40 points. With some eliminations, they don't need to place very, very high in this game.
I think I just felt the tear from Mini Miner as I saw on the feed. You could see CZB and Nathan here in kind of like a turtle war. It's because on the feed, they just eliminated Cringe and Volko, who was in 16th place going into this match, so most likely going to be knocked out of the potential grand finals. CZB and Nathan, though, also need to have a decent match here. Well, not too much. I mean, they need to get to late game, and hopefully that should be enough.
What makes this even more tough is I'm looking, thinking about all the players taking a spot on the leaderboard. Everybody at this point in time, hopefully I don't curse anybody, inside of the top 15 is still alive. So it's not enough for these players below that threshold to have good games, some more than others, but they need those players to go down, because if they go point for point, they're still not going to be able to get into that threshold. So even though Cringe, Volko, you said something about them going down, that's 16. That's not going to move the needle at all.
Imagine the top 15 duos just don't go down. Every single one makes late game. We have the highest cutoff we've ever seen for a lower bracket. It would make the competition incredibly high for these players. Hellfire QB playing edge of zone here, trying to see as are trying to get as many opportunities as possible on these players who have rotated ahead of them. Issue is, you have kind of the chance of getting focused here. If some duos decide to just start taking shots at them, they're going to be the only duo in the area, and it's going to cause all the other players to take shots. That crack is detrimental, as now the players know he's potentially low, but luckily enough, the environmental cover should be able to save them.
I was like, QB can't go down there, though. QB cannot go down there. It's almost like a bunker situation where if you go down into that hole, there is no way out. There is no exit. Yeah, you can replenish some shields. You see Hellfire slowly but surely, one tick at a time, getting it back. But if anybody pushes over in this direction and QB actually does go down there, they're stuck. They're stuck. Yeah, they can zip line up, but you know how hard that is to survive.
We'll hope that nobody kind of takes that path to hold them, as I assume the zone's going to keep pulling further away from them. You can see zone's already almost covering Rift Island. There's Monier and Lunex are looking quite relaxed, to be fair. 52 points, locked in, focused on the end game. I would say maybe a top 5, top 6 would be enough for them, or even just a lot of eliminations, but they want to take the safer route.
Now I can safely say no more cactuses are in the lobby. There was a couple that you were talking about. I went and actually counted them. It was about maybe 4 to 6 cactuses that were still in the zone, but now nothing is going to be here. But it's a flying Monier from above. Him and Lunex trying to close the distance. They have a good position here. They have him trapped against the mountain, but they don't want to continue to fight this far out of zone. They're one of the early teams to rotate, so the longer they stay in this position, more and more teams will either third party or overtake them and try to gatekeep them out altogether.
Yeah, from how they've been playing, you can tell that they kind of just want to do as much damage as possible and set themselves up for the late game. Noah and Aqua almost falling off of the Surge base. I don't think it was Noah's plan to land on top of a player, but just to get a bit of damage done. They have done enough to be above, but that can change quite quickly, as 7th and 8th zone are the ones that are most difficult to withstand.
So 423. Unless you're consistently doing damage throughout it all, you know that's going to change in the next couple of zones. That's why it's very, very important. Be proactive. Don't slow down on this tempo. You got to figure out a way to control it overall. Buzz goes down. You see another team charging in the distance, and that's exactly the opportunity both Aqua and Noah were looking for. It wasn't a ton of damage, but as long as they're continuously progressing up that Storm Surge leaderboard, they're going to be A-okay.
Ooh, this is all or nothing for Aqua and Noah. They need a victory royale here. They need to take home the whole match to make it. As you can see, there's so many players that have actually ended up rotating in late, and it's been free pickings. But Noah wants to get a bit aggressive here, already with 800 damage above, but he's not done cooking. He wants to pick up that medallion, the extra loot, and he's done it.
Yep, you remember the situation they're in. They need a couple of eliminations sprinkled on top of that win. They started with 12 points. Or I should say, I think 4 points or so, and they just kind of been lighting things up ever since. They find another elimination. They're using the crash pad, all their focus, and while other teams are down on Surge having to find it, they're just trying to go right back on over to the Surge base, reset their situation here, because they don't want to continue to get caught in the chaos. Storm Surge is active, and you know as well as I do, no matter how far above that threshold you are, somebody else in the lobby isn't, and you can be susceptible to a push at any moment.
This is looking huge, though. Look, almost full materials. The zone has pulled dead center onto Aqua and Noah. They have vision on all the players. They have damage. They have everything they need to close it out. As we take a look at Cringe and Volgo on how they were able to make a comeback in this match. They're back in the game.
Good little reset here. Very good on materials. Their loadout's looking good. The only worry they really have right now is that Storm Surge, but luckily for them, they're going to be 89 above that threshold for now, which we know can change in the blink of an eye. So by getting the information, figuring out where these players are at, where they're going to rotate to, so that way you can try to pop shots just like that. Reason and Vidil, they go through unscathed, but CZB and Nathan are there as well.
Both players having already fought earlier on in this match. But it looks like the fights aren't done as Volko's been cracked. The pressure's on him now. Nitro into his box, gets knocked. Cringe is left alone. No shield to work with either. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, both players have gone down.
I mean, CZB and Nathan again. That was a team I said to watch out for. They shot some shots over. They snatched away the points for that elimination. Even though they're not going to be able to get the loot, they just move one step closer up that leaderboard. Reason and Vidil spot at one. See a couple downs in the distance. Vidil is just trying to do what he can to push over, pick up the points and the pace along with it. They have a gap to cover, and hopefully as a solo, he can make it happen.
A long way to go. The journey begins now for Vidil. Can he make it happen? 56 points. Needs to get at least 30 more, 40 to make it safe. It's gonna be a tough run, Jacob.
I believe. Everybody here has to start believing. Kurama and Werex, 4 points. They can start believing just a little bit as well. They have 3 eliminations, so in reality, it's a little bit more than 4 points so far. Placement points have yet to set in, though. Still 2 more teams need to go down before those start to come to fruition.
Zone has pulled back towards Grim Gate. A potential moving zone in the water of sticks. As a reminder, this green water you see all over the map. If you dip your toes in it, you get these dashes that you can use to propel yourself forward. So the rotations for a lot of these duos will allow them to conserve materials, but almost every duo is going to make use of it, so you got to be aware of that.
Yeah, I like what they're immediately doing. Instead of just looking for players peeking through the cones, they're just trying to target anybody else that might be under siege. And there goes another opportunity there, and they quickly close the distance. They know how easy it's going to be if they get a flank like this, and Hellfire is going to go down 120 above. They're still trying to backtrack, create space for themselves, but the job is done. They got more than enough surge in which they were looking for.
A bit more materials could be useful, but so far, so good. Meanwhile, we have players on the opposite side of zone here. It's going to be Aqua and Noah who are the most elevated. They have vision of the surroundings, but Emil is not looking as healthy. 29 above, has lost his duo partner. 3 medkits, 3 bigs. Should be good enough to stay up a bit longer, but damage is what you really have to be looking for here.
Yeah, and he's just in a spot right now where nerves got to be maxed out. He just needs a few more points, 2 elims, a couple more placement points now that they begin to set in. And he'll got his spot in the grand finals, but he's by himself, barely above that damage threshold. And when it comes to materials, that count is low. Uh-oh.
Not above. The rotate is now going to come through. You can see making use of those dashes that you get from landing in the water. Took the risk to land in it once again and recuperate those dashes. Was it worth it, though? It was not, as Storm Surge is going to finish them.
Hey, they're inside of the bubble for now. They are inside of that bubble. But we know that score is going to change so much. With a couple of those teams inside of the 15 down and out, opportunities are beginning to open up here as placement points are going to start to click in with every duo that does go down, as Noah and Aqua yet again find the elimination. And honestly, I think they've achieved their elimination threshold that they need. All they have to do is win the game, and they will be in your grand finals. But it's not as easy as it sounds, let me tell you.
You know the pressure is on, but they are locked in. They have what it takes. They have the experience, the damage, everything they need to close this match out. But they can't afford a single mistake, Jacob. All they have to do is finish with the victory royale as Vidil is continuing to move forwards.
Just needs to be able to get a few more placement points, maybe even closer to the top 10 with teams going down. 98 above that damage threshold. You have medkits, you have cola, so out healing this because the number of players needing to go down is so small in this end game where eliminations happen very, very quickly. He at least has that option in his back pocket. A trick underneath his sleeve, but as you see, he's just staying, peeking through this comb. The information is vital. Where and when he rotates is going to be so impactful.
If Zone has pulled back, yes it has. Zone has pulled back towards Noah and Aqua. This is going to conserve so many materials and also allow them to not be in as much of a risk of getting overthrown in these initial moving zones. All they have to do is hit their shots on the players rotating in and make sure that the lobby knows that they are up above and they are healthy, and that is exactly what they're doing perfectly.
It's not really giving anybody a chance to look up. Storm Surge not even a worry as another beam goes out. It's like a Thunderburst laser in his hands right now, making sure anybody that travels through the skies got to think twice about that one. As the 2 gentlemen down below, they give an easy connection for them to try to hold the high ground, but that's also a big threat for somebody that's going to contest it.
Still on height, continuing to tarp on forwards. They know what's on the line, just like Vidil does. Only 7 above now, though. The danger increases as Vidil has to be cautious here. It's a full duo down below him, but all he needs is a little shot to maintain his time in the zone.
I believe right now he's going to look like a magician because he has to make some magic happen, even if he's barely above that damage threshold. I talked about the heals in his inventory before, and he still has every one of those heals here now, but the zone pulls far. He has to watch out where these players are at. Damage isn't necessarily needed with only a few players needing to go down. It's all about the rotation and how safe you can make it for yourself.
80 builds still left for Vidil. He has so much loot. He has so much ammunition and heals. Everything he needs. All that's left is a little bit more damage. Not a single duo has looked above yet at Noah and Aqua. They are maintaining their dominance. As a reminder, they need to win this match to qualify.
It's like a Cinderella story for so many players here in this lobby trying to continue their dreams of becoming an FNCS champion. Monet, Lunex, they seemed so close in that last game as Noah and Aqua. They kind of waterfall themselves down, but they make sure to stay in the prime position so that way they can have high ground, pressure the lobby, but they got to watch out. Gira is Chari, they're making a claim for it themselves. Both players actually get drained down to just little HP, but Chari is there. He's looking healthy. Aqua's trying to lend that helping hand, but how long can these players keep up as Noah gets beamed yet again?
It's all up to Aqua. He's the duo that has more HP and shield. He has to take out Cherry here. It's the only option, and it's exactly what he's going to do. Gets the elimination, gets the refresh, and once again looking to claim height.
Chari's there as well. He challenged it yet again. Even more damage done, but they will not be denied that high ground. Challenge it. Send anybody up. We'll take them down, and we'll even fall down to try to cause some destruction as well. He doesn't have builds to go back up. Down goes Noah. Aqua's by himself. The pressure of the game is on the line. Even with 8 eliminations, going down here is not enough, and he gets another elimination onto CZB. Them and Nathan are out.
Could this be enough? Makes it into zone with just 1 HP. The medkit is popped. 2 builds left. Aqua needs to make history.
This is a big opportunity. I talked about the last play being the play of the game. This one could be it as everything comes crashing down. High ground slowly but surely dropping down. They don't have any materials to hold on to this. They're going to run out sooner or later, so they want to thin out the low ground before they drop down. As Aqua drops, he doesn't complete history, but there's still so many players that can.
It's Mystic, 64 points. He needs to get to 96. He needs to finish this one off strong. Good news is his duo's up. Bad news is it's another duo on low, and you have to pick an option to go up or down.
Few solos left in the game and add one more to that total as Maxi's now left by himself. I don't think there's anybody that can challenge us. Vidil's still scrounging around down below. He's trying to make it happen, but he's a solo. There's so much danger all around him. Fanayan's going to be the one to take him out. It was actually back-to-back eliminations before him and Della fall down to a 2v1, and the gentlemen get taken down. Protege and Radion go ahead and take the win.
What a way to close it out. Pred and Radion finishing it by taking height when they needed it most. And I don't know if you saw it, Jacob, but Vidil was up 4th place, clutching it out as a solo throughout the whole late game, getting into that match just on the borderline of qualifying. The leaderboard has shooken up. Was the victory royale enough for Radion and his duo partner? Was the solo clutch from Vidil enough to put himself in the grand finals? I have so many questions, but we just don't know the answers to them yet, Jacob.
Even with 5 eliminations, make it 6. They took down the gentlemen in anything but gentlemanly fashion. Congratulations to them, but there's still so many questions. Takata, you're asking them, I'm asking them. Who made it into that top 15? We only have a couple players or people that can tell us, but that's going to do it from me and Takata as we throw it on over to Analyst Desk to let us know who is going to the grand finals.
Thank you so much. I can tell you now that we will see Jacob PR and Takata in the grand finals, but we are still waiting to confirm the other 15 names from the lower bracket whose action they will be talking over. And I am so excited for Predator and Radion to take that victory royale under so much pressure when they were on the last page of the standings. They were outside the top 40. We were following Noah and Aqua a lot because they're in a similar position, but this is the duo 11 who were able to make every moment of this last game count.
Yeah, no, big ups to Predage, man. He's a player who's been around for quite a while now, and he's been someone who's been in and around grand finals quite a bit, right? Playing with Radion here. Clutch moments matter, and being able to deliver at the final opportunity is invaluable in itself. So hopefully, you know, they're able to do enough there.
perfect height take as well. I think it was Noah and Aqua that were a little bit split. I think Aqua was higher up, Noah went down. I think they ended up taking out Noah, which gave them the green light to take height there at the end. So really nicely done from those guys. Again, it's the teams that are taking advantage of that high ground mess, of that instability of the team on high ground, are the ones that end up coming out on top. So really good job from those guys.
There is a reason why Vidil and Reason had already got their spot in Fort Worth in September, because this is a duo with so much tenacity, and you have to hand it to Vidil, Mini Minor. He was holding on, clutching for dear life to try and make it into that top 15.
We were all cheering on Vidil there at the end, and it's all about the points there, and I think he may have just about done enough. We didn't get to see the points, but looking right here, 100 points. It should, 104 there just taking over. It should be enough to qualify them through, so really, really happy for those guys. They made it to the grand finals, I have to imagine right now. After a very difficult, tumultuous weekend for these guys, I'm really happy that they made it.
It's almost a shame, though, for some of these duos, though. When I watch them play in these crunch time moments, I just see them pull off what feels like the impossible. For example, Noah Levin. I mean, him and Aqua were just playing out their minds on the high ground, managing to keep it for so long. They got the eliminations they needed, but I don't know if they were quite able to get the placement in the end.
Yeah, no, it was tough. They always needed a big game, right? They were all the way up towards the bottom of the leaderboard, so it was always going to have to be a win for them. And, you know, it's funny, Mini had a comment of Geras and Chari so greedy, you know, they don't need height. They've already qualified for grands now, and they're up there going for height. Aqua did his best to try and bring it back, but at this point, they just got overwhelmed. Lower materials, like you said, they weren't looking strong up there, right? And so it just left them open to being sieged, and Pradaj and Radion decided to go up there and take it. Aqua at the end, again, some bigger limbs. That's what Aqua's always going to give you, man. He is a clutch player, but I don't think it will be enough this time round. And what a shame, because it would have been great to see those guys in grand finals.
Yeah.
Well, Go right ahead, Mini Minor.
Well, they would have. I mean, they nearly clutched it. I think it was day one. I think it was Friday where they had that second place right at the end of the day. It would have been so good for them to have that final game clutch. I mean, everyone likes to see some OG veteran names of the region doing well, and Aqua and Noah one of those. But unfortunately, we won't be seeing them in the grand finals.
Oh, well, let's see who we will be seeing in the grand finals, because the leaderboard is ready. Let's see who made it out of the lower bracket and into next weekend's grand finals. And there you have it, our top 10 there. Duos that have worked so hard and been actually so impressively consistent from game to game, Levin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gentleman Polish and Welsh just making it in. Cami and Seti won't be too happy about that. Their biggest ops, Akira and Yeezy, and these guys also making it into grands. So we'll see what happens over there in that Osborne battle. It's going to be interesting. CZB and Nathan being able to claim their glorious Grand Glacier. Bit of a mouthful there, trying to say that one.
The alliteration was...
Yeah. I tried my best there, but yeah, not successful. Either way, though, a lot of names here who deserving players, top players in the region who, even if you're not maybe familiar with them, they are players definitely who have experience in this region. So we'll see what they can do. You know, now it's time to call for globals.
Yeah, and we've got 5 more spots. So sorry to interrupt you, Mini Minder, but I just have to see, did Predajon and Radion make it after that victory royale?
They did.
And there you have it.
Really?
14th place. They scraped him by a matter of 3 points, and honestly, they deserved it so much, Minnie.
Yeah, they did. That's the impact of one game as well. Happy to see Vidil and Reason just confirming their spot in the grand finals, and for Reason to clutch up as well there at the end. We spoke about him earlier on. A lot of people had questions actually about, is Vidil grinding the game enough? Is he doing enough to stay at the level that he needs to be to qualify to grand finals? He's answered all of those questions right there at the end, and all of those players that just missed out. Really, really unfortunate for those guys as well. Gudenberg, of course, as well as Fours and his teammate. We've spoken a lot about those guys today. So close to making it in.
Yeah, I'm looking at Noah and Aqua 11 as well. I'm gutted for those guys after that performance.
It's tough, man. It is tough, especially for legends of the game like Noah and Aqua, right? At the end of the day, that is what they are in the Fortnite competitive realm. But, you know, this might be the end of the story this year. There's always next year. Do you know what I'm saying? There's always next year. So hopefully we can see them, you know, at Globals, wherever it is next year.
Yeah, and 11, you were saying in our green room, our virtual green room, World Cup Aqua, World Cup Aqua.
I mean,
You got some nostalgic vibes in there.
I wanted to see, Aqua Unleashed and give us a crazy clutch, and he started hitting a couple shots there. I thought maybe, but it was always going to be a mountain to climb, not even a hurdle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt like I was reliving the World Cup dream there. Now, earlier today, we did have 25 duos qualify through the upper bracket. And speaking of legendary performances, the final victory royale of those 3 upper bracket games was taken by HiJo and HiJo. They had 8 points on the leaderboard before they had this must-win performance, and they pulled off the miracle. So to talk us through it, we've got to welcome HiJo to the broadcast. HiJo,
Hello,
can you hear
what's
us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. I'm so excited to see you here. It's weird not being able to see the blue armband. Last time we saw you, it was actually a spectacular reaction cam, and you threw yourself onto your bed. And
Yeah,
you
I
were
did.
just, I guess, thinking about what you just managed to achieve with the double shotgun setup. Can you just talk us through what was going through your mind in this moment?
I mean, I was so happy because before the game, we were basically last place and we had 2 bad games, only 1 game left. And basically our last chance to qualify and then, to get the win, basically the best possible outcome ever. So I was really, really happy. Also that I don't have to play in the lower bracket because as we just saw in the lower bracket, it was so hard and so stacked. So I definitely didn't need to stress myself the whole evening about it.
Yeah, no, it was nice to see you be able to relax and take a break there. Of course, you can't relax for long. Grand finals is coming, and obviously, if you want to keep landing at Little Dirty Dogs, you're most likely going to be contesting QNDX and Phantom. You've contested against them before in the qualifiers and other tournaments as well. What do you think about that Osborne situation? Are you confident going into an Osborne battle against those guys?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I think we can definitely beat them off spawn. In the past, it was always like kind of 50-50. They won a game, we won a game. I think we just need to make sure the games we win, that we also do good in endgame then. So in the end, we can play as well.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. Now, I was looking back at your history. This is actually your first grand finals that you've made this chapter. So for someone as experienced as yourself, how do you pick yourself up after not qualifying for a couple of grand finals, having a couple of unfavorable seasons, I suppose? Do you think, right, am I going to come into this and be confident, or is your confidence a little bit not?
I think I was pretty confident. So everyone else was not really confident in me. I think a lot of people think like I'm bad or I got bad because I didn't qualify 2 times in a row. But I know this time I just put in maybe a little bit more effort into this season than in comparison to the other ones. So before the semifinals, I definitely was really, really confident. Also because we got us a coach, which really helped a lot. It's Coach Cherry, shout out. And I think I was really confident, and I'm also confident going into grand finals next weekend.
Shout out to my dog, Coach Harry. Look, okay, you got a coach now. You've said you've been putting in more work this season. You're confident off spawn against the Middle East duo. I want you to call it right now, HiJo. Will we be seeing you at the Global Championships in Fort Worth?
We will see us, exactly. 100%.
HiJo, what's it like playing with your duo HiJo? Because obviously you had to pull off what seemed like an impossible task earlier today, but you were able to do it. Why do you think you were able to do it with HiJo?
I think HiJo, he's a really underrated player. So for him, it's the first time in the grand finals. And I play with him because I know he is the fragger in the duo. And he's able to get so many eliminations for me. And as we saw in the final 2v2, for example, he just killed the enemies. So I'm really happy to have him in my team because he's like the one fighting and I'm the one doing the rotations. So that's basically like a perfect fit. And that's why we can do well.
Yeah, now HiJo, of course, has a little bit less experience than you, let's say, of course, his first grand finals. What have you had to teach him to get him up to this standard?
I think teach him like a bit the basics, obviously how to play for Storm Surge, how to play positions, like get him in the habit of our rotations so that he knows how we have to play. And then just, fix some mistakes, fix the little mistakes so we don't die, and that's all it takes.
Well, HiJo, we know where we're going to be seeing you next weekend because we're going to be seeing you on this show competing for a spot in Global Championships and, of course, for the Acts of Champions. But where can we follow you and find you in the meantime on social media?
It's HiJo FN. You can watch me on Twitch. I stream basically every cup. And yeah, on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, whichever social media platform you prefer. And I hope some of you guys follow me. We will see us.
I hope so too. You certainly deserve people to hit that follow button. Congratulations, HiJo. But for now, it's bye, Joe.
Oh my God, what are you cooking?
What was that? That's the worst. That is actually the worst Fortnite pun I've ever heard, I think.
Can I just say, when I was introducing him, I was like, oh my goodness, I have missed out on the opportunity to do a HiJo reference. And then obviously I decided to let you guys down horribly at the end of the interview. I hope you're satisfied.
He doesn't like us anymore. He's never going to come on
honestly,
ever again.
You've
ruined it, Frank.
You've messed it all up. You've messed it all up.
He liked us before, I think.
Oh,
it's fine. Everyone knows there's no way they'd let me on a plane to Fort Worth as it is. So, so HiJo is safe from me if he makes it to the Global Championship. You guys can save face and make friends with him out there. Now, it's time to get serious. We do know who our top 50 duos of Major 3 is and who will be competing in next weekend's Grand Finals alongside HiJo and Kaito. So let's take a look. And honestly, Mini Miner, this Major Finals is stacked.
Yeah, it really is. We spoke so much at the beginning of the season, and a lot of people spoke so much about the beginning of the season, about players that have moved over to NA, some big names that we aren't going to see. What we have seen, though, this Major is a lot of the big names that are still left show up. And so many of these names now have proven why they deserve to be at the top of these leaderboards and in those Grand Finals. There's so many teams that are still yet to book their ticket to the Global Championships as well. One on the screen, Trulex and HiJo, they have to be there surely, right? So this is just going to be one of those last chance Major, last chance saloon type vibes for these Grand Finals. It's going to be so exciting.
Levin, what are your thoughts looking at these duos?
I mean, it's crunch time. No time for mucking about. I mean, we sit here all the time, Minnie and I, and we big up EU and talk about being the best region. Ultimately, when we're looking at this lobby list right now, 10 of these teams will be going to the Global Championships. 10 of these teams will be representing our great region in the most important tournament of the year. It's time to lock in. It's time to make sure that you are on point because you want to be on a flight to Fort Worth, Texas. So I'm looking forward to it, man. We got so many great teams that, like Minnie said, haven't made it yet. Big pressure, but, you know, we all know what pressure makes.
Honestly, I know. Mini Miner, do you?
Yeah, I know. What are diamonds made? Oh, no, hang on. It's pressure, diamonds made pressure.
Something.
I hear the Acts of
along those
Champions
lines.
has got a few virtual diamonds in it. They swing around the map if you do take one of these major titles. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. And honestly, after hearing those words from you, Levin, I am so excited for the Grand Finals next weekend. We will be back next Saturday just before 5 p.m. Central European time. So obviously, drop us a follow on whatever platform you're watching us on right now. Follow FN Competitive on X so you don't miss a moment. All the interviews, all the news, and of course, those all-important notifications when we go live with the action. We are going to be sending more duos to represent Europe, the best region. Obviously, I'm not biased at all, to Fort Worth for Global Championships, so do not miss it. We will see you next weekend, but for now, sound that horn.
one.